Недолго сегодня проработает, потому что... Ну, может, час в лучшем случае проработает, это не факт. Надо поменьше на кнопки нажимать. И может быть оно как-нибудь... Сюда вот плохо натянулось, потому что низкополигональный слишком этот шар был. Я не знаю, как это исправить и можно ли вообще. И, видимо, просто шар нужно чуть более полигональным было делать. А как его сделать, я не знаю. Сука, блядь, как его сделать, я не знаю. По этой причине сейчас надо будет узнавать, как сделать правильно. Какие кнопки нажать. А для этого надо будет этот блендер включать. А это опять будет целое это самое. Это опять будет целое это самое. Совсем не это делали на самом деле. Но еще потому, что она же как очень сильно... Очень сильно... Типа меньше должно быть раза в 4, наверное, даже как минимум. То есть, ну... Только с близкого расстояния. Зато текстура натянута даже не вся. То есть это есть одна вот эта 4К текстура одна и есть. Как мы сюда забрались? Одна 4К текстура и есть. Но прям вот это абсолютно мазня какая-то. Совсем не так оно должно было быть.
Так, как бы нам так свет поставить?
Все слишком сложно. Динозавры какие-то. Зебраж, который мы видим, себе не сможем позволить. Все это сука лагает. А он хочет, чтобы я в Steam зашел. Эта программа слишком сложная.
UV mapping and unwrapping is the process of skinning your 3D object onto a 2D surface for texturing. If you want your image textures to properly project onto your mesh, this process is very important. But what does a UV map actually look like? What does it do? Well, let's go ahead and show you. Simply select your object and go in Wrapped as the input of our shader node.
Я, блядь, даже не знаю, с чего, сука, начать. Тут нихуя не написано. Нигде нихуя не написано, ничего. Блять, как, блять, сука, быть старым и тупым? Как же плохо. Как человек может открыть эту ебучую программу и что-то начать делать? Я не могу понять. Нигде ничего не написано, абсолютно. Просто какой-то, блядь, ебаный пиздец. Не работает у нас это самое. Хорошо, здороваетесь. Какая сложная программа очередная, надо же подумать. С чего начать? Не помешало бы и 2 дисплея, и 3 дисплея, но... Мышь, клавиатура.
Тильда, собака.
Я не знаю. Типа, я не буду всю эту хуйню читать, блядь. Я уже помню, когда-то
Блендер изучаешь?
читал всю эту хуйню и ничего не понял. Да, изучаю, действительно. Ни одна тут ничего не написано. Как мне начать что-нибудь делать, а не читать уже 30-ю страницу не пойми чего?
Как начать? Начни. LUL.
Начни, что я могу нажать из этих... Тут еще кнопок мало. Вот, я вот это умею делать, вот и все, больше ничего. И вот это вот крутить. Блять, когда это закончится, сука, блять. Давайте вот отсюда начнем. Вот эти 3 хуёвины просто, блять, просто шизофазийный бред, блять, на 500 страниц, блять. Нахуй вы мне рассказываете, что у вас каждая кнопка делает? Вы ебанутые, блять? Это какой, блядь, человек будет, блядь, понимать, что, сука, каждая кнопка, блядь, делает? Кому это нахуй нужно вообще, блядь? Сначала запоминать, что каждая кнопка, блядь, делает, а потом, блядь, что-то делать начать. Это невозможно. Если человек запомнит, что каждая ебаная кнопка делает, он с ума сойдет. Суки, блядь. Твари поганые. Тля поганые.
Документация для этого и создана.
Так это не документация, блядь. Это... Тогда ладно. Где не документация? Где какой-то базовый туториал? Или я, например, хочу... Блядь, вообще ничего не понимаю, нахуй. Нахуй
Она
вообще...
не объясняет, как что-то создавать.
Нахуй вообще что-то нужно, блядь. Суки, блядь, кругом тля одна.
Тут SGL+++.
Ты пиздец какой-то просто. И выбрать даже не могу, да? Нет, могу.
https://www.youtube.com/отчего-v равно k0 и лист равно plaush 7 ич жмите 8 txzrpxhph 08 x 7 k6
Я это не могу в YouTube вписать, потому что очень длинная ссылка. Ой, даже, сука, сидишь как бомж, блядь, какой-то. Даже, сука, кресла нет нихуя. Я уже не вижу там, что там нажимать. КО или это К... Это, или это КО, или это Канолио. Не заработает, ну и ладно.
Всем привет, меня зовут Артем.
Да, это ебовейший урок от какого-то дегенерата, который только в меня больше в заблуждение введет.
Вступительный ролик курса по основам Blender 2.8 и всех последующих версий, скорее всего, до
И с таким, с молдаванским акцентом читает.
Blender 3.0. Поэтому откиньтесь на спинку кресла или где вы
Да, говорить сначала научись, да, а потом уже на конференции к звездам.
там сидите и просто послушайте несколько минут. Если вы начинаете изучать программу с этого видео, то
Программу, да, программу. Суки, блядь, тля поганая. А то вчера у подворотни, а сейчас здесь.
Ебать ты шовинист.
Ну потому что каждый первый ютубер, они все, сука, косоязычные, никто не может говорить. Вот к самый какой-то вообще к логопеду человеку надо идти, у него речь не развита, и он будет на ютубе пиздеть больше всех. Причем здесь шовинизм. Человек претендует, у
У
него
него русский не родной.
вебки нет. Ну да пускай говорит на родном, я не знаю. Тут родной, не проблема.
ваше обучение будет во много раз легче и приятнее тех, кто открывает самый трудный урок, который только можно найти, и спрашивает в комментариях, как перемещать объект. Но даже если вы уже что-то знаете, но еще не чувствуете себя профи, то с большой вероятностью почерпнете из этого курса массу полезных вещей. И вообще, как только почувствуете, что уже знаете все, знаете, вы изучили примерно 10%, и все самое интересное только впереди. Если вы получили от меня или любого другого человека ссылку на это видео,
Наверняка это еще какой-то перевод. Это типа они любят еще перевести там. Типа видео было, а они переводят и со своим пиздежом еще, блядь.
значит я или он считают, что вы не знаете каких-то элементов. В этом курсе собрано квинтэссенция больше, а то и приобрести новые персонажа. Будете тупо нажимать те же кнопки, что и автор, понятия не имея, что такое нормаль, драйвер, группа вершин, объекты, данные объекта, чем один день в неделю засесть на 7 часов и возненавидеть эти треугольники и многоугольники. И так годами. И даже по прошествии этих лет вы еще очень многого не будете знать и уметь. Но в какой-то узкой области
Сука, блядь. Вот эти вот 3 главы надо как-то... Что такое join? Объекты join, Ctrl-G.
Я вообще на плейлист ссылку кидал.
Плейлист, он... вы видите, сколько там букв в плейлисте, чтобы я их мог вбить? Я же не могу на ссылку нажать. Это нужно все вот эти P, L, U, G, 7, E, G, S, G, E. Вот этим будем заниматься сейчас. Я уже ее сломал.
Зайди на сайт свой и скопи.
всем
Лол.
привет, меня
Так там оно не появится там. Оно пропадает. Это мне нужно в админку было зайти, а админка не работает. Понимаете, в чем дело? Вот. Она сломалась и не работает. И поэтому мне это недоступно. Я могу только с рукой нажимать.
Меня зовут Артем.
А вспоминать, как она работает, я не могу. Вот здесь, вот эта программа. Эти маздайные вчера были Linux. И еще вспоминать, как этот сайт работает. У меня не 1000 рук. Хотя бы шар более высокополигональный можно было бы сделать. Что за лаги-то? Видите, некрасиво, потому что полигон мало. Надо и более, чтобы больше полигон было.
https bit.ly косая черта 34 и краткое 8 ни.
Всем привет, меня зовут Артем, это вступительный ролик курса по основам Blender 2. Всем привет, меня зовут Артем, и можно разделить на три основные части. Верхняя часть это топ-бар, центральная часть, в которой непосредственно производится вся работа, и в самом низу находится статус-бар. Центральную часть мы будем рассматривать во всех последующих уроках, а сейчас давайте быстро разберем нижний статус-бар и перейдем к верхней части окна Blender. Сам статус-бар также можно разделить на три части. В левой находится 2.8, это Open, позволяет открыть любой другой текущий. Для вместо желаемых материалов программного обеспечения каждые 2 минуты. Случайно закрыть.
Ну, блять, ну все не очевидно, я не знаю. Вот тут вот очевидно было. Ты куб перетаскиваешь в сцену, он тут появляется. А здесь я не знаю, что делать.
Blender, он вылетел, у вас пропал свет или Blender файл, созданный с помощью другого программы, любые объекты, какой на мгновение появляется документацию Blender. Там
Давайте лучше документацию попробуем дальше. Join, где у нас? Со сценами разобрались. Со сценами, наверное, одна всего лишь будет. Объект. Типы объектов. Объект Origin. Могу я другой объект какой-то сюда добавить? Мне нужно 2 куба. Если я Ctrl-D нажму, он скопируется? Видимо, нет. Могу вторую, третью версию сюда. Какой хаткей, чтобы... Numpad 3.
https bit.ly косая черта 34 сиггам.
На нампае можно вот так крутить. Какой-то изометрический вид появился. Ой. С копирайтом, наверное. Я не буду гимн Украины слушать. Мне уже и так не особо хорошо. Заверку сердючка точно бан какой-то будет. Ай. А. Это выделить все. Альта это... Б и С еще есть. А, вот Б и С это полезная, видимо, вещь. Что С делает, я не знаю.
Неоа.
Альта больше не работает.
Как относишься к Попичу?
К Попичу? Это что-то из 15-го года, я не знаю. Из какого там? Примерно то же самое, точно так же, как я отношусь к Ивангаю, Дневнику Хача,
Из 2045.
каким-то вот этим вот людям, которые интервью берут у всяких мажоров, к всем пиздливым каким-то злоебучим пиздюкам, которые себя типа, блять, это рэперами считают, блять, или кем там, каким-то, блять, говнарям, которые там бренчат какую-то хуйню. Ко всем к этим людям отношусь примерно одинаково негативно. Ну вот. И разницы между ними никакой не вижу. Ctrl-G. Ой. А.
Попич это совсем другое лол.
А в чем же другое? Какой-то клоун, который сидит и орет на камеру.
Это когда-то величайший дотер.
Угу. В доту вообще не самые, скажем так, не самые лучшие
Топ-3
люди.
ладдера.
Не самые лучшие люди играли в доту. Типа один какой-то дегенерат просто вкачал все скиллпоинты в эту, блять, вот это вот. Один герой там, типа, вот так. Тык-тык, тык-тык.
Он такого же мнения КСТА.
Вкачал все скиллпоинты, чтобы в этой игре выигрывать. Типа выиграл, ну и хули. Ну там есть другие, которые выиграли там, не знаю, какие-то стадионы там.
https
Стадионы какие-то соревнования проводили.
Касая черта отче вопросительный знак V равно 8 к хумби 0
Какие-то соревнования проводили, там выигрывали. Ну, там они хотя бы какие-то деньги на этом заработали. Вот. Типа я очень много в доту отыграл, то есть 1008 часов, наверное. И что я могу сказать про вот этого персонажа, про всех тех, кто там типа киберспорт какой-то? Только ненависть. Только ненависть и отвращение. Это Ж или Л? Я-то ничего в этом не выигрываю. Я вообще человек старый, у меня ни кнопки не могу нажать в этой игре. Вот. А все, кто в нее выигрывает, у меня вызывают только ненависть.
Блин, у него уже хекс, все в пизду эту игру.
Ну, тоже, видимо, какой-то дефект речи присутствует. Не вылеченный. Ну, он как бы орет, чтобы... Он орет, потому что это такая игра, достойная, я не знаю, детского утренника в детском саду. Актерская в плане, да.
Забашь его! Забашь его! Забашь его!
У него еще так ужасно клипует микрофон. То есть, вот если я даже не буду так орать, чтобы такой же звук воспроизвести. То есть, у дегенеративных детей у них вот такой клипующий звук вызывает какой-то еще больше... у них там, не знаю, мозги на шиворот, на выворот переворачиваются от этого.
Его бей! На! Ешь, говна! На!
Орет один в один так же, как VG Link. То есть у них разницы никакой вот в плане... Но вот тот как бы... Вот у того есть такой врожденный артистизм. Понимаете, в чем дело? То есть он такой дегенерат, но он со способностями был. А у Попича, может, способности только там... Ну, Попич, очевидно, лучше в доту играет, но... Я не вижу в этой игре ничего интересного. То есть он так играет, что в это просто неинтересно смотреть... Не на игру, не интересно смотреть на него тоже, потому что он не особо интересен.
Здорово! Убейся! Убей! Убей! Убить! Убей! Убивай! На!
Съешь голову.
Вау!
Скрытый звук проверяйте. Я хочу рассказать тебе свою историю. Я тоже играю в Dota. Warcraft 3. Тоже, как ты имеешь.
Я помню, давеча по 1700 ваншотил на Титане медовом. Ну, не ваншотил, а это самое.
Тущу поставь! Ай, бля! Это сын
Правда, там не 8К ММР был, но тем не менее. К тому же играть на вот этих вот... Я на вот этих героях, я вообще на них не играю, типа, которые вторая роль, да, там, типа, кор. Я даже вообще не могу на ней играть абсолютно. Я, наверное, на 5 лучше сыграю, чем на коре. То есть, как, вообще генеративная роль какая-то самая.
Где просвет? Всю игру нету? Что? Нету просвета всю ебаную игру? Где ебаный просвет? Ты тупые хуесосы, сыновья, блядя, ебаных твари конченые. Нахуй, на! Думаю, я не смогу бликнуться из-под радика? Тупой говноед, ебаный хуесос.
Насчет того, что она кто-то топ-3 или топ-2 или топ-1. Ну, типа, если игра существует в плане просто случайной какой-то, случайно там кто-то выиграл, получил плюс 20 очков, кто-то проиграл, например. И, разумеется, это как рулетка. У кого-то будет больше ПТС, у кого-то будет меньше ПТС. То есть, как бы, ну, это при том условии, что скиллы одинаковые. И... Кто-то будет на первом месте, кто-то на втором, кто-то на третьем. То есть в этом вообще никакого смысла нет.
На, блядь! Конченые. Где просвет? Всю игру нету? Что? Нету просвета? Просвет, ты тупые хуесосы. Нахуй, на! Наед, ебаный хуесос.
Очень интересно. Типа, причем его смотрят, видимо, какие-то вообще генеративные школьники, которые даже в дот не могут играть. То есть они... Ну и плюс это еще может быть и накрутка, и там интернет Twitch решит кого-то показывать и кого-то не показывать. И как бы это вообще тоже ничего не значит. И, ну, мне как бы не особо такой персонаж интересен. Как и вообще все. Как и вообще, вот я не вижу ни одного какого-то киберспортсмена или какого-то дотера, которого вообще можно интересно смотреть. То есть, как и сам киберспорт. То есть, то, что там кто-то сидит, выигрывает, у меня только ненависть и зависть вызывает. То есть, и вот какие-то две. То, что я-то отыграл, то есть, почему я отыграл 8000 часов, я не выигрываю, какой-то дегенерат отыграл, он выигрывает. А потому что он играл с 10 лет, предположим, да, или с 5, как на скрипке на какой-то. Он сидел, сука, и хуячил, блядь. У него все развитие у него ушло в эту доту. А у меня вторая дота вышла, когда мне был 21 год. Что я там могу выиграть? Ну и да, если я сидел бы каждый день хуячил, дота, я и так слепну, как. Поэтому это все печально.
Так ты пожилой, чешо.
Так я же говорю, я старый уставший человек. Мне уже... Ctrl-G мы научились нажимать, конвертировать. Какие-то курвы, объекты, метабол. Есть туториал. Давайте посмотрим Blender туториал, потому что это просто невозможно. Это слишком подробная документация. Только не YouTube, а ради Христа. Только не YouTube, потому что это невозможно. YouTube... ну вот есть Get Started. И опять же на YouTube, блять, отсылает. Сука, я не могу воспринимать информацию.
1,6 ляма Лучаев короны КСТА.
Я не могу воспринимать видео с
Нам пизда.
с Ютуба.
Hello everyone and welcome to
Ну что ж, хотя бы последнее нужно дожить, я не знаю. Сколько там осталось.
And modeling capabilities. It's a very powerful software that's been used in feature films, games, TV series, and a bunch of other amazing projects such as the ones you see here. But it can also do much more than that. Video editing, compositing, painting, sculpting, visual effects, cloth simulation, particle simulation, fluid and smoke simulations, 3D printing, and as of recently, 2D animation and real-time rendering. So, if you want to learn about any of these, you've come to the right place. This video series will serve as an encyclopedia of sorts for the fundamentals of Blender. In the next few videos, I'll be going over certain topics that should be helpful for both beginners and veteran Blender users, especially with the recent update. So,
Я хочу сделать модель персонажа хотя бы. Да, модель персонажа я не сделаю. Хотя бы хоть что-нибудь. То есть, и чтобы это в Unreal тоже экспортировалось. И тут даже на самом деле инструментов-то никаких нет по экспортированию.
And I'll see you all soon. So how do we navigate Blender? This may seem intimidating at first, but it's actually pretty simple. Let's start with the 3D viewport. The first thing you'll be curious about is how to select things. Simply left-click any object to select it, and left-click empty space to deselect. You can also press A to select all, and Alt-A to deselect all. Some users may be interested in right-click select, which is arguably better for your health, so we made a separate video about that if you are curious. The next thing you'll want to learn is the basics of navigation, how to rotate, how to pan, and how to zoom your perspective of the viewport.
https://course/introduction-blender-beginners-черта.
Они все долгие, эти курсы. Я вот тут какие-то курсы проходил, но... тут про... Откуда я этот про нативные приложения-то взял? Я не знал, что здесь нативные приложения есть. Нет, тут Flutter. Типа Flutter. Это я помню точно начинал. Но здесь про Blender, наверное, нет. Тут был какой-то про... Тут были какие-то про... 3D-графику, про WebGL, но это было очень давно, и я их скипнул. Искусственный интеллект. Дата визуализации C++.
Можешь на Курсере поискать.
Да лучше вот это сейчас. Сейчас все нормально сделаем, то есть. Тут про блендер точно нет. Да блендер, сука, бесплатная программа. Какие нахуй курсы, блядь? Там ничего такого не должно... Типа, что значит курс блендера? Это бред просто. Есть там курс там анатомии, 3D-моделирования, скульптуры вот этой, которая сейчас нам понадобится, там, VFX какой-то, симуляция. То есть это разные абсолютно... Это отдельные какие-то абсолютно разные вещи, да, там, левел дизайн, то есть... рендеринг, там, я не знаю, то есть вся это все абсолютно освещение, композиция. Типа вот почему должны быть курсы. А Blender должна быть просто такая интуитивно понятная программа, в которой видно, что нажать, чтобы сделать что-то из того, что был перечислен. То есть в чем смысл курса Блендера? Объектно-ориентированный JavaScript. Какой ужас. Этот Flutter так не осиль, наверное, потому что никакого желания нет. Android. И да, и типа я не собираюсь Android разработчиком становиться. Мне нужно, чтобы у меня ровно одна программа была, которая работала бы каким-то образом.
Вступительный ролик курса.
So let's say we want to rotate around
Тут
our
недолго,
cube.
тут вон на час где-то, да, на 2 часа. Может, хоть какое-то понимание
Luckily, we
появится.
have a very handy gizmo in the top right of our viewport that looks like this. Notice how it responds to our cursor floating above each axis. Go ahead and hover over the blue z-axis indicator and left click. You'll notice that it brings you directly into what's called top orthographic view. This can be
Если один раз нажать, то она будет работать как на нампаде. Интересно.
done for any axis to snap to its corresponding perspective. However, if you instead click and drag the same gizmo, you'll find a much more flexible way of rotating your view of the world. It's important for some to know that you can also middle-click drag to achieve the same effect, but from any cursor position. Now, you'll notice that our view seems to pivot around a particular point in the viewport, that being the center or origin of our grid. This also happens to be where our cube is at the moment. However, what if we didn't want to look at the cube? What if we wanted to look over here or something? Well, now all you have to do is click this hand icon and drag to where you want to have centered. From there, you'll notice your pivot has changed when you rotate your perspective. For hotkey users, simply hold Shift and middle mouse drag to achieve the same effect, but from any cursor position. But let's say I want to focus back on my cube again. How do we do that? Well, for that, I want to quickly show you the Frame Selected tool, which can be found under View. This will reframe your perspective to focus on the object or objects you have selected. This can also be achieved by using the period key on a number pad. Now that we're this close to our cube, you may be asking, how do we zoom in and out?
Обратная косая черта.
But it's pretty self-explanatory. We have a magnifying glass here. Click and drag it to zoom in and out, or you can use the scroll wheel or plus and minus keys on the numpad to accomplish the same task. And that's basically it for the basics of navigation, but you may have noticed that we haven't used the other two buttons in this area, the camera icon and the grid icon. The camera icon will bring you into the eyes of your camera. This is very helpful for setting up camera angles and previewing what will eventually be your output image. Alternatively, you can also use 0 on the number pad. The fourth button here is a grid. This may confuse you at first, but this switches your viewport between orthographic mode and perspective mode. I went ahead and set up a scene here to make it more obvious to you, but you may be asking, what's the difference between these two modes? Well, perspective mode is a realistic view of the
Закрывающая
3D
фигурная
objects in
скобка.
your scene, which takes into account how far away objects are from you into how it displays the object. The further away something is, the smaller it gets visually. However, orthographic mode ignores all of that and flattens your world so that no perspective is seen. Everything is angle perfect. This is an unrealistic view but helps immensely with making models accurate, especially in relation to, say, a 2D concept sketch. But that's just the viewport. In the next video, I'll be talking about all the different windows we see here, what they do, and how to navigate them as well. Blender provides a lot of
Этот ортографический решетка. Камера. Зачем эта камера нужна, я так не знаю.
information with its interface, and can be flexible enough to fit the workflow you need. Let's go over some of the basics on how to interpret and interact with Blender's UI. Before we begin, I want to point out that there is a very handy display at the very bottom of the user interface. This is an informative display that lets you know what each click can do in the context your cursor is at the moment. It also applies to when certain hotkeys are being held down to change the function of certain clicks. For example, if you hold Shift, you can see the information at the bottom changing. It tells us that without holding Shift, your middle mouse button rotates your perspective, but holding Shift pans your perspective. Feel free to refer to this display at any time while watching this series or playing around with Blender to learn more of its features. As a quick reference, here are what some of the mouse icons translate to. Now, the next big thing you'll notice is that each important section of the UI is separated into panels. These panels are scalable if you click and drag any of the boundaries, and they can also be whatever you'd like them to be. Simply click the drop-down menu in the top left or bottom left of a panel and select a different type of editor. You can also create more panels by right-clicking a boundary, clicking Split Area, and then left-clicking at a position of the screen you desire. To delete a panel, simply right-click a boundary, click Join Area, and left-click over the panel you'd like to overwrite. Additionally, if you would ever like to maximize a panel to focus on it, simply mouse over an area and press Ctrl Space. You can also press Ctrl Space again to return. While this is extremely powerful, Blender also provides default workspaces you can choose from that set up the appropriate editors for specific workflows. You can find these workspace options in the tabs above. For hotkey users, you can press Control Page Up or Control Page Down. We will be going over each of these workspaces in future videos. However, for this video, we will focus on the primary editors of the Layout workspace. Further introduction of other editors will be given in editor-specific videos. So, let's begin. If you saw our viewport navigation video, then you already know what the viewport is. This is where our 3D scene is displayed. In this editor, you can perform a variety of tasks that interact with your 3D scene and its objects. However, it's important to note that there are two helpful quick menus in the viewport. Simply press T as in Tools, or left-click this arrow here to expand the Quick Tools menu for the viewport. This includes tools such as the Select Box, Move, Rotate, and Scale. For hotkey users, keep in mind you can also use Shift Space at any time to bring up the same tools menu but labeled and at your cursor location. This works similarly to a pie menu in that you have the option to hold the Shift Space hotkey, move your cursor to the tool you want, and release the hotkey to select a tool. You can also press N as in number or left-click the arrow on the right to open additional quick settings, which include your item's transformation data, tool-specific settings,
Я привык, что, сука, летать можно на VASD.
and other viewport options. You'll notice here there is an option for the 3D cursor. This is a very powerful tool which you can see right here. This red and white circle acts as the spawn to include your items in that you have the option to hold the Shift Space hotkey, move your cursor to the tool you want, and release the hotkey to select a tool. You can also press N as in number or left-click the arrow on the right to open additional quick settings, which include your item's transformation data, tool-specific settings, and other viewport options. You'll notice here there is an option for
Откуда это вылезло? Что это?
For the 3D cursor, this is a very powerful tool which you can see right here. This red and white circle acts as the spawning point for any new objects and can be used as a reference for pivoting, which we'll go over in another video. To place it around your scene, simply hold Shift and right-click. To recenter the cursor, simply press Shift S and select Cursor to World Origin from the Pie menu, or adjust the location and rotation settings in the right-hand side quick menu. Now, this feels like a good time to explain what pie menus are for those who are unfamiliar. Pie menus are quick wheel menus that appear around your cursor after a hotkey is pressed. You have three options when navigating a pie menu. The first option is to right-click to cancel in case you changed your mind. The second option is to press and hold the hotkey to initiate the pie menu, drag your cursor to your desired choice, then let go of the hotkey to select, with no clicking necessary. Or the third option is to let go of the hotkey that initiated the pie menu before moving your cursor, then use your cursor to left-click select the option you like. After you get used to where each option is, this can greatly speed up your workflow while also making several options available with less keys. Then let go. You have three options when navigating a pie menu. The first option is to right-click to cancel in case you changed your mind. The spawning point for any new objects and can be used as a reference for pivoting, which we'll go over in. Simply press Shift S and select Cursor to World Origin from the pie menu, or adjust the location and rotation settings in the right-hand side quick menu. Now, this feels like a good time to explain what pie menus are for those who are unfamiliar. Pie menus are quick wheel menus that appear around your cursor after a hotkey is pressed. You have three options when navigating a pie menu. The first option is to right-click to cancel in case you changed your mind. The second option is to press and hold the hotkey to initiate the pie menu, drag your cursor to your desired choice, then let you like. After the wheel, drag the timeline with your middle mouse button, change the start and end frames for your output, and create and manipulate keyframes, all of which we'll go over in another video. The Properties editor contains several tabs vertically to display the properties of your scene, your current tool, and whatever object you have selected. To start at the top, this first tab represents the options your currently selected tool in the viewport may have. In this case, the Select Box tool gives you a few different selection options. The next few tabs, which you can see are separated by a small gap, contain your scene-specific properties. Just to clarify, your scene refers to your entire 3D scene. However, you can create more than one scene in a single Blender file by clicking up here. You can also select a scene from existing scenes using this drop-down. This back-facing camera icon is your Render tab. This allows you to change render engines, sampling, engine-specific properties, and other properties that affect your final image and how it's interpreted from the 3D scene. The next icon looks like a printer, and this is your Output tab. This is where all of your output settings can be tweaked before render: resolution, frame rate, file path, file type, and much more. The icon that looks like a stack of photos is the View Layer tab, and is similar to what used to be called render layers. View layers are typically used to separate background and character passes, for example, for easy compositing after a render. However, you'll notice this is only the pass properties, not the objects, and it's for only one view layer, the one we're currently in. To select a different view layer to change its properties, you'll need to go up here, similar to creating a new scene. You can create and select existing view layers here. While we're on the topic, I'd like to point out what this panel above Properties is for. In order to specify which collections of objects are rendered out in each view layer, you can check and uncheck collections here in what's called the Outliner. I highly recommend using descriptive names for your collections and view layers by double-clicking them, but we will go over this in another video. Next, we have the General Scene tab. This has other miscellaneous scene properties that affect your scene, such as your active camera, your units, and rigid body settings. Finally, the globe icon is the final tab of this section and is called the World tab. This includes properties for the sky and air of your scene. In other words, the surface option for your world is the shader used for your sky or background color, while volume allows for volumetric lighting throughout the atmosphere of your scene as a whole, such as fog or mist. For the next section, the property tabs will be specific to the active object you have selected. So in this case, I will select the cube. Our first tab is the Object tab. This contains basic information such as location, rotation, and scale of the object. You can also specify parent-child relationships, which collections it belongs to, and visibility of the object. The next tab is a very important tab for Blender. Represented by a wrench icon, the Modifiers tab allows for powerful manipulation of objects using predefined modifiers. Simply select a modifier from the drop-down menu to add it to the stack below. You can use as many modifiers as you like and change the order or application of these modifications using these arrows. For example, the Subdivision Surface modifier and the Bevel modifier. This next tab is the Particles tab. You can see the icon looks like an object shooting particles out from its main body. In here, you can create particle systems and add them to the object you have selected. Next is the Physics tab, which looks like an orbiting planet icon. This contains several different types of physics simulations and physics manipulators, including cloth, rigid body, smoke, fluid, collision, and force fields such as wind. The next icon looks like two objects wrapped together. This represents the Constraints tab. This tab is very similar to the Modifiers tab, but deals more so with relationships of the objects you have selected with other objects or values, rather than manipulating the object by itself. You can have an object copy the location of another object with the Copy Location constraint, stay above the ground with the Floor constraint, or point at another object with the Tracking constraints. The green triangle icon is for your object's mesh data. To explain what mesh data is, I can tell you that the reason why our cube is a cube is because of the mesh data. If I were to take this exact same object and change the mesh data, its shape would not be the same, but its object properties such as its location would remain the same. Here you can manipulate your vertex groups, also known as weight maps, your shape keys, also known as blend shapes, and your UV maps. Other geometry specific settings belong here as well. And finally, we have our Material tab. This is represented by a material sphere icon and is where you control much of how your object is shaded during render. The material you choose here will affect how shiny your object is, what color it is, and how rough it may appear to be. The final tab is actually in a different section, as you can see. There's a small gap there. This is the Texture tab, represented with a checkered canvas icon, and is not object specific. Textures exist as separate entities that can be referenced for a number of things, including the world, aka skybox, materials, or brushes. Because of this ubiquity, they are in a separate section. Before we move on, let's go ahead and left-click to select our lamp object. This is the dotted circular thing you see next to our cube. Once you have that selected, you'll have access to its lamp properties, which looks like a light bulb. This is where you can tweak its brightness, the radius of light. Before we move on, let's go ahead and left-click to select our lamp object. This is the dotted circular thing you see next to our cube. Once you have that selected, you'll have access to its lamp properties, which looks like a light bulb. This is where you can tweak its brightness, the radius of light, whether or not it casts shadows, and what type of lamp it is. We can also left-click to select our camera object, which is this sideways rectangular pyramid shape we have here. Now you should have access to the camera options, which include focal length, perspective type, and much more. And that's the summary for the default layout workspace we see when we open Blender. I hope this is helpful for you, and I'll be going into more detail about the other workspaces and what each editor does in separate videos. Selecting objects in Blender is quite simple. We already went over it in the viewport navigation video.
Сложно. Но уже лучше, чем до этого.
But to quickly review, left-click an object to select it, and left-click empty space to deselect. But there are other selection tools as well. You can press A, for example, to select all, and Alt-A to deselect all. However, what if I want to select multiple objects, but not all of them? Well, for that there is the Select Box tool. This is turned on by default, and with it selected from the Quick Tools menu, you can left-click drag to select multiple objects at once. To deselect multiple objects at once, simply Control-click drag in the same way. You can also enable the Box Select tool with the B hotkey, but in that mode you'll be using middle-click drag to deselect objects. An alternative to the Select Box is to press C for Circle Select, which acts more like a selection brush and only extends selection by default. You can, however, still use middle mouse drag to deselect while in Circle Select mode. Another way to select multiple objects is by simply holding Shift and left-clicking objects individually. To deselect using this method, simply Shift left-click the object again until it's no longer highlighted. You may notice that while you Shift left-click these objects, the most recently selected one is always highlighted in a slightly brighter orange outline. This denotes which object is the active object. The active object is the object whose properties will appear in the Properties editor. Now, just a quick tip. If you have objects or geometry obscured by other objects or geometry, it may be difficult to select them. To help with this, I recommend using wireframe mode, located here, to see through your objects. This makes things easier to select and also allows for selection tools like Box and Circle Select to include otherwise obstructed objects or geometry. Now, it's important to know that each of these selection tools can be used for almost every context in Blender, including Edit Mode, Pose Mode, and many of the editors. However, in some editors you will be required to press B before entering box selection mode, such as the Outliner. You may have also noticed a Select menu in the top left of the viewport. If you open this menu, you'll notice several selection options laid out for you, as well as some viewport-specific selection options, such as Select All by Type, Select Active Camera, Select Linked, and more. Feel free to try these out yourself, but it's important to know that Select More/Less only works in Edit mode, which we'll get into in a separate video. Now that we know how to select objects, let's start transforming them. Transformation refers to moving things, rotating things, or scaling things. So, let's say I want to push or pull my cube to a different location. This would be classified as moving the cube or translating the cube. I can open the Quick Tools menu and select the Move tool. You'll notice 3 colored arrows and 3 colored squares appearing on your selected object. This will allow me to click and drag any of the arrows to move the selected object along that axis. If you select any one of the 3 squares, it will move the object along 2 axes, excluding the axis of its corresponding color. For example, the blue square excludes the blue z-axis movement, but moves your object along the x and y axes simultaneously. But you can also left-click drag anywhere in the viewport to move the object along your viewing plane. Now, Now, in case you change your mind about moving your object after you've already started dragging it, simply right-click before letting go of your left mouse button. This will work for all transformations. For hotkey users, you can press G as in grab to initiate the move along your viewing plane. You can then press X, Y, or Z to move it along. along a specific axis like the colored arrows did. Or you can hold Shift and press X, Y, or Z to move it along the other two axes like the colored squares did. You can right-click at any time to cancel the move, or left-click to apply the new location to your object. Fun fact, if you initiate any transformation with the mouse click instead of the hotkey, you can still use the X, Y, or Z hotkeys to perform similar axis-specific constraints on your transformation before you release your left mouse button. You can also switch your transformation entirely to a different one, such as rotation or scale, with their respective hotkeys. Please read the display at the bottom of your window while dragging your object around for more information. To reset the location of your object back to its origin point, simply press Alt-G. Now, what if we want to tip our cube over or roll it around? In order to do that, we need to rotate our cube. Let's check our quick menus for that. Aha! Yes, it seems we do have a rotate tool here as well. This will display a gizmo over the selected object or objects, showing each rotational axis. Just like the move tool, you can left-click drag any of the colored rings to rotate along a single axis. But you'll notice there are two new areas, the outer white ring and the inner sphere inside of the colored rings, which you'll notice if you hover over it. The outer white ring can be used to rotate the object along your viewing vector. Imagine your eyes drilling a hole into the center of the object and spinning the object around that axis of rotation. The inner sphere is what you see when you hover over the space in between the colored rings. This can be left-click dragged to enter a free rotation mode, which opens all three axes to rotation, kind of like a trackball on a trackball mouse. This is my favorite mode of rotation as it's the most flexible. For hotkey users, simply press R as in rotate to initiate the rotation along your viewing vector. You can then, once again, press X, Y, or Z to rotate along the specific axis like the colored rings did. But you can also hit R again to initiate a free rotation like the inner sphere trackball did. And again, you can right-click at any time to cancel the rotation or left-click to apply the new rotation to your object. To reset your object's rotation at any time, simply press Alt-R. Now, let's say we want to make our cube much bigger or much smaller, which can be the difference between, say, a tissue box and a house. This would be known as scaling our cube. So let's go check our Quick Tools menu again, and yes, a Scale tool. Selecting this Scale tool displays a gizmo very similar to the Move tool, except instead of colored arrows, it's like colored arrows with cubes of cheese stuck on the tips of them. Cheese. These work exactly the way you might expect. Simply left-click drag any of the colored axes to scale the object along that particular direction, big or small. You can also left-click drag the colored squares to exclude one axis from the scaling process. But what if you want to scale the entire object evenly? Just like moving, you simply left-click drag anywhere in the viewport. For hotkey users, press the S key as in scale to initiate the size change evenly for all axes. Press X, Y, or Z to scale along only a single axis, just like the colored arrows with cheese on them did, or press Shift X, Y, or Z to exclude an axis from the scaling, just like the colored squares did. You can right-click at any time to cancel the resizing, or left-click to apply the new size of your object. To reset the scale of your object back to its original scale, simply press Alt-S. Now, you may have noticed that during the rotation and scale procedures, there was a definitive center or pivot to the transformations. This is usually what the orange dot on your object signifies. However, what if you don't want to rotate or scale based on the object's pivot point? What if you want to rotate from the world origin or scale upwards relative to the floor level? That's where the 3D cursor comes in. This red and white circle is called the 3D cursor. It can act as the pivot point of any object as long as you click this drop-down menu here and select 3D cursor. Try it out with rotation and scale modes. You can move the 3D cursor throughout your scene by selecting the 3D cursor tool in the quick tool menu and left-click dragging anywhere in your scene or pressing shift right-click. You can change the pivot point back to the default median point at any time with the same menu as before. The 3D cursor can also be used for moving your object. I personally love this feature for quick moving your object to a specific point. Simply move your 3D cursor to where you want your object to go. Then go to Object, Snap, Selection to Cursor. For hotkey users, you can simply press Shift right-click and then Shift S and use the pie menu to select Selection to Cursor. Just a friendly reminder, if you ever need to recenter your 3D cursor, Cursor to World Origin is also in the same Snap menu. Okay, now let's say I've run into the issue where I've rotated my object, but now I can't move the object along its own upwards axis. I'm stuck moving directly up, and that's not helpful. Don't worry, all you have to do is change this drop-down menu up here from global to local. This will change all gizmos to display the object's local axes instead of the global axes. For all transformations. For hotkey users, you can access local axes simply by pressing X, Y, or Z twice instead of once after initiating your transformation. Another helpful tip for transforming your objects is to hold Shift when trying to be more accurate. Holding Shift while moving, rotating, or scaling your object will reduce the sensitivity of your cursor affecting the transformation values. In other words, it'll change slower as you move your cursor, giving you more nuanced control over the end result. In fact, holding Shift will achieve the same effect for cursor-dependent values in most other editors as well. For example, dragging a number along a slider. Alright, but what if I have a bunch of boxes that need to be perfectly aligned? Eyeballing it isn't very practical or helpful. This is where you can use the snapping options located at the top here. This magnet icon toggles snapping on and off, but you can also press Shift Tab. The drop-down menu to the right of it allows you to snap to increments, vertices, faces, volumes, or edges. This way, you can align your boxes perfectly to each other without relying on guesswork. Selection and transformation are the foundation of manipulating your 3D scene in Blender. To add an object in Blender, it's really quite simple. Let's say we want to add another mesh. Maybe a torus, for example, or a donut. Simply go to the Add menu in the top left, go to Mesh, and select Torus. For hotkey users, you can simply press Shift-A to open your Add menu. You'll notice that the new mesh spawns where the 3D cursor is. This is an important feature of the 3D cursor. I'm sure you've
Где-то здесь был цвет, но он и в том случае не особо работал. Блум, амбиент, оклюж. О, таки есть же цвет-то. Таки есть же цвет-то. Печально, что клавиатура опять села, и опять надо будет... Ой, ничего не делать, сколько-то уже.
You've noticed you can add things other than toruses. Inside the mesh menu alone, you can see all of these primitives here. Most of them are self-explanatory, but you might be curious about what this monkey option is. The monkey is the head of a character called Suzanne. Suzanne is Blender's alternative to more common test models such as the Utah Teapot and the Stanford Bunny. As a low polygon model of only 500 faces, Suzanne is often used as a quick and easy way to test material, animation, rigs, texture, and lighting setups. Fun fact, the largest Blender contest, which takes place at the Blender conference every year, gives out an award called the Suzanne Award. To delete an object, there are 3 ways to do it. Make sure you have the correct object or objects selected, then go to Object, Delete. For hotkey users, you can press X or the delete key. However, if you press X, you'll get a confirmation message. To confirm, simply left-click or press D. These delete functions also extend to almost every other editor where you can delete things. But it's important to know that the deletion menu in edit mode, for example, can look very different. Instead of a simple confirmation menu, deleting things in edit mode will bring up another menu, which will ask you for more information. For example, you can choose to delete the vertices, the edges, or the faces that you have selected, and each one will do something slightly different. If you delete vertices, it will also delete all connecting edges and faces of the vertices you selected. If you delete edges, it will also delete any faces formed by those edges, but it will not delete any vertices that also share another existing edge. And if you delete faces, it will also delete all edges and vertices within your selection, but not delete any edges or vertices along the boundary of your selection. Deleting only edges and faces will leave your vertices intact throughout your selection, even if they are floating in mid-air. Deleting only faces will leave you all of your edges intact throughout your selection, even if they're floating in mid-air. Dissolve vertices, edges, and faces are operators that try to combine the geometry in a way to act like your selection never existed. It will not always work, but can be very handy for removing loop cuts or extra subdivisions. Edge collapse will collapse all vertices along the boundary of your selection, caving in the geometry where your selection once was. Edge loops will functionally do the opposite of a mesh extrusion. It will reduce your selection geometry down to the next edge loop available. Edit mode has the most complex deletion options available, so while other modes and editors may have similar deletion options, they should be pretty self-explanatory if you can understand these. In this video, we're going to explain collections in Blender. To add an object in Blender, it's really quite simple. Rigs that you have selected, and each one will do and to almost every other editor where you can delete things. But it's important to know that the deletion menu in edit mode, for example, can look very different. Instead of a simple confirmation menu, deleting things in edit mode will bring up another menu, which will ask you for more information. In this video, we're going to explain collections in Blender. To do that, we're going to try and separate our scene into two groups, one for characters and one for background objects. Collections are similar to what you might call layers or groups in other software. Each collection in your scene can hold objects of any kind for the purposes of organization and/or rendering. You can also have collections within collections for further organization. In fact, that's what's already being done, as the scene collection acts as the parent collection for all collections in a scene, as you can see here. Now, to start us off, let's make a scene that makes sense for our purposes. What we want to do is separate our scene into character objects and background objects. I'm going to go ahead and scale this cube up until we're inside of it. This will be our environment or background. Then I'm going to add a new object, monkey. This monkey, also known as Suzanne, will act as our character. If you take a look at the outliner, you can see that our monkey has already been added to our existing collection. Whenever you add objects in the 3D viewport, keep in mind that they will be added to whatever collection you have selected at the time. In case you can't see any objects in your outliner, your collection may be collapsed down to a single line. This is done by clicking this arrow on the left of the collection name. Simply click this arrow again to expand it. For hotkey users, you can press the plus and minus keys on the number pad. So let's try and move our character into a character collection. Well, for that, there are a few ways to do it. But one of the quickest ways is to simply select the object and right-click for a context menu. Under this menu, you'll see the Move to Collection option. If you click that, you'll be presented with a few choices. If we choose Scene Collection, this will bring our monkey out of its current collection. This is not what we want, and the only existing collection we see in this list is the one the monkey is already in. What we want is the New Collection option. So let's go ahead and click that and name our new collection Character. Quick tip, to confirm the name after typing, simply hit Enter twice. Now, if you look at our outliner, you can see that our monkey is in our Character collection. For hotkey users, you can press M, as in Move, to bring the same Move to Collection menu for whatever object or objects you have selected. Another way you can add an object to a new collection is to create an empty collection first. To do this, simply right-click any empty space in the outliner and click New. This will create a new collection within the Scene collection. If, instead of empty space, you right-click a collection name, it will create a new collection within the collection you right-clicked. For hotkey users, you can simply hover over the outliner and press C to create a new collection in the Scene collection. And if you happen to have a collection already selected, your new collection will appear under the selected collection. Fun fact, you can create as many collections as you like. You can rename collections at any time, by double-clicking or control-clicking their names in the outliner. So let's go ahead and rename our new collection as BG, or background. We can then move our cube, which is our background object, to our background collection in the viewport with the same Move to Collection menu, or the M hotkey, and then selecting the now existing background collection from the menu. Or we can use the outliner and simply left-click drag the object to the background collection. Now that we have our character object and background object in their respective collections, you can check and uncheck each collection to toggle their visibility. This will turn them off during render as well for the view layer you have selected. To quickly show you how view layers work with collections, I will create a new view layer up here. As you can see, the checked or unchecked state of each collection is unique to each view layer. But what about our light and camera objects? Let's say we want to have these objects in both the background and character collections so that they are visible whenever we isolate either one. However, when we try to move our objects to more than one collection, it doesn't work. While it is possible to link objects to more than one collection using the Shift-M hotkey, a preferable way is to use collections within collections. Let's take a look at how that might work. First thing I'm going to do is rename our collection to car/bg, car being short for character. If we were to simply drag the character and BG collections into our car/bg collection, we can now toggle all collections within our car/bg collection off or on with one checkmark, but also keep the light and camera objects on while toggling the other two. Functionally, this achieves the same thing as adding the light and camera objects to both character and background collections, as you can keep the main collection enabled while toggling off the sub-collections you don't want to include. If you do happen to use Shift-M to link objects to multiple collections, however, it becomes a bit harder to keep track of, as there will be duplicates in your outliner even though they represent the same object. However, if you do link an object to multiple collections like this, just know that you can remove the object from a collection by right-clicking it in the outliner and selecting Unlink. Now that we have all of our objects in their proper collections, I want to explain a quick tip for when collapsing and expanding your collections. In case your outliner ever gets too busy, collapsing your collections can be very helpful. What's especially great is you'll notice a few icons next to the collection names. These icons represent what type of objects exist within each collection. For example, right now our character collection has only one object. But if you collapse the car/bg collection, you'll see that it contains two collections, two meshes, one light, and one camera. This is very helpful for seeing at a glance what objects are within each collection in case you need a reminder. Now, let's say for whatever reason, I want to delete this car/bg collection. Deleting a collection does not delete the objects within the collection. For example, if we select the car/bg collection in our outliner and hit the delete key, the collection is deleted, but the objects within the collection are moved outside of that collection. As a final tip, in the outliner, you can press the eyeball icon to toggle on and off viewport visibility. This will not affect your renders, but will allow you to hide objects and collections while you work. For similar options, you can click this drop-down menu in the top right-hand corner to enable selectability toggles and more. And that's it for our collection overview. Collections are very powerful and the foundation of object organization in Blender. Workspaces are customizable groups of panels or editors that can be used for specific workflows. Blender comes with predefined workspaces that can be found in the tabs at the top. These are labeled as Layout, Modeling, Sculpting, UV Editing, Texture Paint, Shading, Animation, Rendering, Compositing, Scripting, and an option to add your own. If you can't see all of the tabs, just know that you can use scroll wheel or middle click drag to show more. Simply left click any of these tabs to switch to them, and you'll notice they look different. The modeling workspace is used for creating models by manipulating vertices directly. This is why you'll notice that the vertices or corners of your mesh are now selectable. That's because the modeling workspace automatically brings you into edit mode instead of object mode, as you can see in the top left-hand corner of the viewport. You can change into edit mode in any workspace viewport by changing the value of this drop-down menu or pressing the tab key. But the modeling workspace tries to make itself as convenient as possible for you to get started modeling. It also removes the timeline, as modeling typically does not require any animation. The sculpting workspace is similar to the modeling workspace, but is used for creating models by manipulating meshes with a brush. Sculpting is a more freeform method of creating models and typically results in higher poly counts not usable for animation. However, it is a great way to start your creation process to then re-optimize your mesh later on. This workspace automatically puts you into sculpt mode, which is also accessible through the same drop-down menu in the top left-hand corner. However, there is no hotkey for this mode. The UV editing workspace is used for editing your UV projection maps, which is another way of saying, I skinned this object and stretched its skin across a flat surface. Anyway, this is a very handy tool for texturing your objects, as textures must be represented in 2D but projected onto a 3D object. You can see the 3D viewport on the right with an object's corresponding UV map on the left. If there was an image linked to this UV map, that image may become visible on the 3D object on the right hand side, which would show you visually how the 2D texture has been projected. Texture paint is probably what some of you were thinking when I mentioned the complexity of UVs. Why paint on a 2D surface and project that to a 3D surface when you can simply paint on the 3D surface directly, like painting an Easter egg? Well, in this case, you can paint any object like an Easter egg. With texture painting, you can paint directly onto the 3D object, and Blender will project your painted texture onto a 2D surface based on the UVs. The shading workspace is a very important workspace used for manipulating materials, particularly with node-based shaders. The workspace puts your viewport into look dev mode, showing you in real time what your shaders would approximately look like at render. You can also access this from any viewport window using these buttons here. For hotkey users, simply press Z and use the pie menu that appears. If you want a more accurate display of your shader, you can also change it to rendered mode. If you play around with the numbers in the node editor below, you'll be able to see some changes in real time in the viewport above. It also includes an image editor and file explorer for any necessary image files. The animation workspace is catered specifically for animators to have all the tools they might need. The 3D viewport is where most of the animation will happen, but the dope sheet, which looks similar to the timeline, will be where all of your keyframe manipulation happens. You may also notice that there is a sliver of the timeline editor below the dope sheet. That is simply to provide all of the playback options, start and end frames, and keyframe navigation buttons the dope sheet does not have. For example, you can click this circle/record icon to start automatically recording changes in your object's location, rotation, or scale as keyframes for animation. The camera view on the left is also a 3D viewport panel, but focused on the camera's perspective. This is great for getting an idea of what the animation will look like at render. Now, there may be some of you who are wondering where the graph editor is. If you want to use the graph editor, simply create a new panel and select graph editor from the editor options in the dropdown. However, the dope sheet is so powerful with keyframe manipulation compared to other 3D animation software that the graph editor is not used nearly as often, but it can still be useful. The rendering workspace is used for testing or finalizing the output of your file. If you had a recent render, it'd likely be displayed here. It's important to note that this is the same image editor that we see in other workspaces. However, the image selected is render result, giving you access to slots, which serve as great temporary render test comparisons. These slots are accessible both through the top right drop-down, as well as the right-hand side quick menu, pulled up with the N hotkey, under Image. For hotkey users, you can use J to toggle between the most recent two slots, or use any of the numbers on the number row to go to a specific slot corresponding to that number. The compositing workspace is used for post-processing and After Effects that would add beautification to your renders, such as glow, blur, masks, etc. The compositor in Blender is node-based and is very similar to the shader editor in the shading workspace, but has its own editor in the drop-down menu. In order to start using the compositor, simply check Use Nodes at the top here. This will automatically generate a view layer node and a composite node. The composite node is simply the end result receiver, your final output. And the view layer node represents how you can use view layers to combine different passes, such as character and background in this compositor. Now you may notice that there is a dope sheet provided at the bottom, which is Blender's keyframe manipulator for animation. So why is it here? Well, let's say you're doing an animation where you want one particular part of the animation to have heavy directional blur because the camera is moving fast, but you want to turn it off after a certain point. In this case, you'll want to keyframe your blur property. The dope sheet is provided to help you keep track of those compositor-specific frames. The scripting workspace is for those instances where we might have to write some code. The text editor is very flexible. It can load and save files externally, enable syntax highlighting, enable word wrap, enable word lines, and a number of other useful coding tools. It can also provide easy to set up templates for common Blender script functions, such as UI elements or gizmos. You'll notice there's also a console panel provided on the left. This is for seeing error messages at runtime. And at the bottom, we have what's called the info panel. This is a list of recent operations that have been performed by Blender, which usually correspond to actions the user has taken somewhere in the software. For example, if you select an object in the 3D viewport and transform it, you'll notice a new line appear in the info panel. You can copy and paste these operations onto your text editor for reference on how to use certain functions. And finally, we have our Create New Workspace option. This will bring up a few options, but you'll notice many of them are grayed out. This is simply because they already exist in your tabs. However, you can select Duplicate Current, which is a great way to start customizing your own. Simply duplicate the workspace and double-click the tab to rename it to whatever you like. If you'd like to bring a certain workspace to the beginning of the list for easy access, you can right-click the tab and choose Reorder to Front. You can also remove workspaces from the list by right-clicking and selecting Delete. Keep in mind that if you delete a custom workspace, it will be lost forever. In order to save a custom workspace, I recommend setting up a custom startup file by opening up a new file, setting up your workspace, and then going to File, Defaults, Save Startup File. Your workspace will then be included in every new Blender file you create. However, while you are looking through the new workspace options, you may have noticed that there are a few workspaces in the creation options that we haven't seen yet. We may go over these in another video, but I highly recommend looking into the strengths of Blender's 2D animation capabilities, as well as its powerful VFX and motion tracking capabilities. And that's the general summary of how workspaces work. In another video, but I highly recommend looking into the strengths of Blender's 2D animation capabilities, as well as its powerful VFX and motion tracking capabilities. And that's the general summary of how workspaces work. We'll be going over specific workspaces in more detail in their separate videos. As promised, let's talk a little bit about how modeling works in Blender. The workspace itself can already tell us a lot on what modeling entails. As you can see, the object is in edit mode, which is very important for modeling, since it relies on manipulating the vertices, edges, and faces of a mesh. You'll also notice that the modeling workspace opens the Quick Tools menu on the left for us already. While in edit mode, the left-hand side Quick Tools menu provides several more tools for us to use, including Extrude Region, Bevel, Knife, and Loop Cut, to name a few important ones. We'll go into more detail about some of these tools in their own videos. The modeling workspace also automatically brings us to the Modifiers tab of our Properties editor. Modifiers are very useful during modeling, and we'll be going over a few of those in their own videos as well. Additionally, there are several more options up here at the top of the viewport now that we're in edit mode. Each of these menus will give you additional operators to work with during modeling. That being said, most basic functions will be available through the Quick Tools menu alone. Just to demonstrate real quick, let's say we want to model a chair. You can do that very easily in the modeling workspace by simply selecting the appropriate tools. I'll be going over exactly how I made this chair as we learn more about the modeling tools. Modeling revolves around the editing of meshes. But what are meshes? A mesh is a collection of vertices, edges, and faces that describe the shape of a 3D object. But then you ask, what are vertices, edges, and faces? Vertices is the plural form of vertex, which represents a single point. Edges are the line segments between vertices. And faces are flat surfaces enclosed by edges, but some software will also call these polygons. You've probably heard the term polygons or polys when people refer to 3D models. If a model is made of polygons, it is a mesh. These are the building blocks of all meshes, and modeling involves the manipulation of these building blocks to create a 3D mesh. So how do we create meshes? Well, we already have our cube here, which is a mesh, but let's try to add another mesh. If we go into the Add menu we had used before to add objects, you'll notice that it looks a little bit different. Because we're in edit mode, Blender only allows us to add mesh shapes. These are the same options that belong to the mesh category in the Object Add menu. Let's go ahead and add a UV sphere. Right now, it's a bit hidden within our cube, so I'm just going to go ahead and hit G to move it out. Outside. As you can see, this UV sphere is made of vertices, edges, and faces, and so it is a mesh. It should be noted, however, that adding meshes in this way will add the mesh shape to the original cube object's mesh data. If you toggle back to object mode, you'll notice that both the sphere and the cube are considered as a single object. If you want to add a separate sphere object, you're going to want to use the Object Add menu instead. You can do this by going into Object Mode in the top left. Then go to the Add menu, go to Mesh, and select UV Sphere from there. We will go into the differences between object and edit mode in a separate video. Now that you're able to create meshes, it's time to learn how to start editing them. Object mode is the default mode of Blender and is helpful for manipulating objects as a whole. Objects can be moved around and animated throughout the scene. However, what this object looks like is determined by its mesh data. And mesh data can be edited through edit mode. Edit mode is the default mode of the modeling workspace, but you can also access it by simply changing this drop-down menu here in the top left-hand corner. For hotkey users, you can press Tab to toggle between edit and object mode. While in edit mode, you will be able to manipulate vertices, edges, and faces to change the shape of your mesh. Once finished, you'll be able to toggle back into object mode to move the object as a whole once again. It's helpful to know that your edit mode history and the action of toggling into edit mode all count as a step in your undo history. Therefore, after you finish an edit and go back into object mode, undoing your steps will correctly bring you back into edit mode with all of your edit mode history intact as well. For example, I'm just going to change this cube into a random shape by selecting one or multiple vertices and using the transformation tools to move, rotate, or scale the vertices around. Then we'll toggle back into object mode with Tab. Just to top things off, let's rotate our cube to add an action in object mode as well. Now let's say I changed my mind about something and want to go back in my undo history. Simply hit Ctrl Z to undo, and you'll see that our edit mode undo history is still intact and accessible. Fun fact, cameras, lights, light probes, empties, images, speakers, and force fields all do not have an edit mode. But there are non-mesh objects such as armatures, curves, and lattices that do have an edit mode accessible, but may look a little different. For these objects, you won't be manipulating mesh data, but rather the object-related data that they might have. However, the principles of editing these objects remains the same. Manipulate the building blocks to create what you need. Blender can also edit multiple mesh objects at once. To do this, simply select all the objects you would like to edit and go into edit mode. You'll notice that you'll be able to manipulate vertices, edges, and faces of any of the objects you have selected simultaneously. However, you won't be able to have any of the objects' mesh data interact with each other, as trying to connect vertices between objects will not work. For example, normally you can press F as in fill to join two vertices with an edge, but because these two vertices belong to separate objects, Blender restricts me from connecting them. In order to actually connect these vertices, I would have to join these two objects into one mesh. To do this, simply select them in object mode, go to the object menu, and select Join. For hotkey users, you can simply press Ctrl J. Once you've done this, you can now edit them in edit mode with no restrictions. In case you want to separate your mesh again into different objects, you can go into edit mode, select a part of your mesh, go to the mesh menu, and select Separate. Here you have a few options, but selection is the one you want. This will separate your selected geometry into a new object with its own mesh data. Let's talk about how to manipulate the vertices, edges, and faces of our mesh while in edit mode. By default, we can already select a vertex with left click and move it around with the Move tool. We can also select multiple vertices with Shift left click. This allows us to rotate and scale our vertices with their respective tools as well. You'll notice that when you select a bunch of vertices, there are edges and faces that exist between these vertices that you selected that will also get highlighted. For example, if you select two vertices, the edge between them will be considered selected. And if you select all four corners of our cube, you'll see that the face within these vertices is also considered selected. You can technically manipulate faces and edges simply by selecting the vertices that form them, but you can also change your selection mode. In the top left-hand corner of the viewport, you will see three icons that represent what selection mode you're in. By default, we're already in Vertex Select, but you can also change it to Edge Select or Face Select mode. These will allow you to select the edges or faces directly. For a more intuitive experience, you may enjoy holding Shift and left-clicking these icons to activate more than one selection mode at a time. For example, if we were to turn on every one of these modes at once, you could click anywhere on the mesh to select either a face, an edge, or a vertex at any time. Box Select, Circle Select, Shift Select, and most basic selection tools are available in edit mode as well. For hotkey users, simply use the 1, 2, and 3 keys on your number row to change your mesh selection mode. You can also hold Shift and then press 1, 2, or 3 to activate multiple selection modes. Another very important tool while in edit mode is loop selection. Depending on your mesh selection mode, you can select a loop of edges or faces by holding Alt and left clicking. In vertex and edge select mode, you will select edges when alt clicking, and in face select mode, you will select faces. Quick tip, in vertex and edge select mode, the edge loop that gets selected is the one that runs along the edge you alt click. However, when in face select mode, the face loop that gets selected runs perpendicular to the edge you alt left click. The extrude tool is one of the fundamental tools for modeling. But what is the extrude tool? Well, allow me to simply show you. If you select a face and click the extrude tool in the quick tools menu, you'll see this yellow gizmo. This is a normal axis manipulator. But what does that mean? Well, it certainly doesn't look normal, and that's because normals are a type of vector related to faces. Simply put, the normal is the vector that sticks out perpendicular to the surface of a face. If we go ahead and left-click drag this manipulator, you'll notice that it duplicates the face and moves it along the normal axis. But it also creates new edges and faces between the original face you had selected and the new duplicate face to maintain a connection. This is extruding. You can also left-click drag anywhere else in the viewport instead to move the extrusion along your viewing plane. You can do this for all types of selections, including multiple faces, vertices, and edges. However, if you select multiple faces that point in different directions, you'll notice that your manipulator is pointing at sort of an average value of where all your selected faces are facing. Keep this in mind as we'll come back to it later. It's important to note that if you right-click while dragging the manipulator, you can cancel the extrude, but it will not remove the duplicate faces. This is intentional, as it allows you to create new geometry at the same location as the originally selected geometry. This can be very helpful when wanting to scale or rotate your extruded mesh. For example, what if we wanted to create a stack of connected cubes? You could simply extrude, right-click cancel, and press S to scale your extrusion down. This will then let you extrude again and confirm to create the new smaller box. This was made super easy by the fact that the extrusion cancel brings the extruded geometry down back to the original cube surface. However, if you do this on accident and you want to remove the extrusion, just make sure you press Ctrl Z to undo it properly. For hotkey users, simply press E as in extrude to begin moving the extruded selection along its normal vector. Right-click will do the same thing I mentioned before, and left-click will confirm your extrusion. But the extrude tool has a few more tricks up its sleeve. If you click and drag the extrude tool icon in the Quick Tools menu, it will open up a sub-menu with more extrude options. The first option is our default option, so we'll skip that. But our next option is called Extrude Along Normals. This is what you might prefer to use if you select multiple faces that point in different directions. This will allow you to sort of push the geometry outwards along each individual face's normals, but still keep the faces connected to each other after extrusion. This is great for adding a layer of thickness to your mesh, for example. The next extrude subtool is the Extrude Individual tool. This is extremely helpful for making certain faces extend out independently from its neighbors. For example, you could use this to create spikes or stylized bumps on a surface. Quick tip, this tool works best when faces are selected, not floating vertices or edges. The final extrude tool is very powerful and easy to use. It's called the Extrude to Cursor tool and allows you to extrude your selection and extend it to the location of wherever you left-click in the viewport. This will still be along your viewing plane, but allows you to work very roughly and quickly when you need to. For hotkey users, if you're in edit mode, you can actually access the Extrude to Cursor tool at any time by simply holding Ctrl and right-clicking. Now that we've learned about the Extrude tool, I'm going to go ahead and show you how to make that chair I made earlier. This is what we want to make, and here's how we do it with the Extrude tool. Simply select your cube, go into edit mode, and scale the cube down along the z-axis. We will then use the Loop Cut tool, which will be covered in its own video, to make some additional cuts on our cube. To use the Loop Cut tool, simply select it on the Quick Tools menu and left-click drag to create a tic-tac-toe pattern, like so. This will then allow us to use our Extrude tool. Using Face Select mode, select the faces you would would want to use to form the back of the chair as well as the legs of the chair. You can then go to the Extrude tool and select the subtool Extrude Along Normals. Then simply left-click drag to bring out both the chair back and the chair legs at the same time. Will then allow us to use our Extrude tool. Using Face Select mode, select the faces you would want to use to form the back of the chair as well as the legs of the chair. You can then go to the Extrude tool and select the subtool Extrude Along Normals. The Extrude tool is one of the fundamental. You can then go to the Extrude Along to bring out both the chair back and the the chair legs at the same time. Ta-da! You've officially modeled something in Blender. One very powerful modeling tool in Blender is the Loop Cut and Slide tool. To use it, simply go to the Quick Tools menu on the left while in Edit mode and select it. Then, hover over your mesh with your cursor and you'll notice a yellow indicator that seems to loop around your mesh in various ways. If you left-click, you'll notice that the loop cut has created a new loop of edges around your mesh where the indicator was, inserting new vertices wherever necessary. This is very handy for manually increasing the number of polygons in certain parts of your mesh for modeling. So that's the loop cut part of the tool, but what about the slide part of the tool? Well, for that, all you have to do is left-click drag instead. You'll notice that instead of immediately creating the loop cut in the middle, it allows you to slide the loop along your mesh before letting go of left-click. The placement of your loop cut will then correspond to wherever you dragged it along the mesh. If you happen to start dragging the loop cut on accident and would prefer to cut your mesh along the middle after all, simply right-click before letting go of left-click to cancel the slide. If you notice in the bottom left-hand corner, after you've created a loop cut, an operator panel will appear that you can expand. This panel will include settings that will affect what your recently performed loop cut will do. For example, you can increase or decrease the number of cuts along your mesh, smooth your mesh based on a falloff, or slide to adjust your loop cut along your mesh with the factor value. For hotkey users, simply press Ctrl R. However, I should mention that if you already have the loop cut tool selected, Ctrl R will simply act as a left-click action, entering the tool into slide mode. So I recommend using the hotkey without the tool selected. Now, there are a few key differences between hotkey users and toolbar users for this particular tool. Assuming you do not have the loop cut tool selected and you press Ctrl R, you will also be able to very easily change the number of cuts you make by using the scroll wheel. This bypasses the need to open the operator panel to change the number of cuts. When left-clicking with the Ctrl R hotkey, you'll also notice that it automatically enters slide mode instead of creating a loop cut immediately like the toolbar tool does. Simply right-click to default the loop cut back to the middle of the section you cut, or left-click to confirm your slide position. Real quick, let's take a look at the practical application of the loop cut tool. For this, we're going to go ahead and make a chair. First thing I'll do is take my cube and scale it down so it's flatter. Then I can take the loop cut tool and cut my mesh in a few places that will give me more faces in particular areas of the mesh that I want to work with. For example, we're going to have to add the back of the chair as well as the legs of the chair. So let's make sure we have 4 faces we can choose from for the legs, as well as a row of faces for the back. From here, I can use the extrude tool, which will be covered in its own video, to add geometry to my mesh along my selection. I hope this demonstrates how useful the loop cut tool can be for modeling. The bevel tool is very helpful in 3D modeling because it allows you to keep the realism in your hard edges. In real life, no edge is perfectly sharp like it is in the flat shaded cube that we have here, for example. Because no edge is perfectly sharp, most of the time you're going to want to bevel it in some way to keep the edges hard but realistic. So let's demonstrate what beveling is. There are 2 ways to bevel. You can either use the bevel tool in edit mode, or you can use the bevel modifier. To use the tool, simply select the tool in the Quick Tools menu on the left while in edit mode. Let's go ahead and hit A to select all of our mesh. Then left-click drag anywhere in the viewport to begin adding a bevel to your selection. Let go of left-click to confirm. For hotkey users, you can press Ctrl B. As usual, right-click to cancel and left-click to anywhere in the viewport to begin adding a bevel to your tool. Simply select the tool in the Quick Tools menu on the left while in edit mode. Let's go ahead and hit A to select all of our mesh. Then left-click drag anywhere in the viewport to begin adding a bevel to your selection. Let go of left-click to confirm. For hotkey users, you can press Ctrl B. As usual, right-click to cancel and left-click to confirm. Like many tools, after you confirm the action, an operator panel will appear in the bottom left. This gives you several more settings to tweak before finalizing the action. For example, you can change the width type, which are simply different ways of calculating the amount of bevel. The width is the value you can left-click drag to adjust the bevel amount. As for segments, this setting lets you change the resolution of the bevel, as the more segments you have, the rounder your corners can be, and profile adjusts the curvature of your beveled edges. Checking vertex only option will only bevel using vertices instead of edges as the source geometry. This will look very different, but can be helpful for certain situations. For hotkey users, you can also press Ctrl-Shift-B instead of Ctrl-B to access the vertex only bevel directly. Most of the other settings are perfectly fine at default values, but material is a very powerful one that I want to talk about real quick. To demonstrate what this does, let's go ahead and add a few materials to our object by pressing the plus key in the Materials tab of our Properties editor. We can then change the color of each material and set our viewport to rendered mode here. Let's go ahead and bevel the mesh once more in edit mode and open the operator panel. The material index allows you to use a different material in your object material list to do cool things like this. The material index is correlated to the material's position in the list. Another way to bevel is with the bevel modifier. Simply go to the wrench icon for the modifiers tab and select bevel modifier from the drop-down menu. You can see that this has very similar settings as the bevel tool operator panel. One important setting that differs is the limit method. This is how you can set the threshold for when the modifier should bevel your mesh. For example, by default, the limit method is none, which means it will indiscriminately bevel every edge loop or vertex in your mesh. However, if you limit by angle, you can specify to only bevel corners that exceed a certain angle. To demonstrate this, if we give this mesh a more varied shape, you'll notice that changing this value allows us to selectively bevel certain corners, but not others. On the other hand, weight and vertex groups allow you to hand-pick which corners get beveled. As with all modifiers, the bevel modifier is non-destructive, allowing you to work with your original mesh while still having bevel applied on top of your edits with no consequence. The knife tool is a modeling tool you can use to form new edge loops and vertices. To use it, simply go into the modeling workspace or go into edit mode, then select the knife tool from the quick tools menu on the left. From there, you can either left-click drag or tap left-click to begin cutting into your mesh. You may notice at this time that there is still a purplish-pinkish line attached to your cursor after drawing. To disengage this knife tool drawing mode, simply double left-click or press E. This will then allow you to continue drawing if you so choose. However, I do warn you not to right-click during this stage, as it will cancel the cuts you have just made. To fully confirm the cuts you have made, simply press spacebar or enter. As you can see, the visual style of the edge loops and vertices you have drawn have now matched the original mesh. This means they are fully applied. For further details about the knife tool, simply reference the bottom bar of the UI while you have the knife tool activated. Now, if you've ever wanted to cut anything in half, similar to a cross-section, you would want to use the bisect tool, one of the knife tool's subtools. To use it, simply left-click drag the knife tool in the quick tools menu on the left. This will open up a submenu that includes bisect. Hover over the bisect option and release your left-click. From here, you can simply draw a line or cut across your mesh. This will represent where you want to cut your mesh in half. Afterwards, a gizmo should appear that will allow you to adjust your cut. However, the most important settings are in the operator panel in the bottom left-hand corner. Simply expand this and adjust the settings as you see fit. But most importantly, these checkboxes will allow you to fill the face that you cut open, as well as select which side of the cut you would like to keep. Both the knife tool and the bisect tool can be very helpful for editing your mesh. Shading in Blender is a very important part of look development. In order to get beautiful colors and lighting, you're gonna have to understand shaders. Let's start with the shading workspace. This workspace already tells us a lot about the shading workflow. To start off, the workspace automatically brings us into Look Dev mode in the viewport, a mode that approximates lighting with an environment texture to give the user a general idea of what their shader will look like without fully rendering it. The shader editor will display whatever shader nodes you have for the material of the object you have selected. You will notice that by default, if you select your default cube, there is already a basic shader node setup for you on your default cube's current material. Changing the values on this node setup should affect how your object looks in the 3D viewport above. To change which materials you are editing, simply go here to the slot number dropdown. This is synced to your material list in the Materials tab in the Properties editor. Simply select a different material slot in the list to change the material you are editing in the shader editor. You can also replace the material in the current slot with an existing material using the material drop-down to the right of it. If you only have one material here, you can actually add more materials by pressing the plus icon. You can then either select an existing material through this drop-down menu or click New to create a brand new material. Another way to create new materials is by duplicating existing materials. To do that, you can press the New Material button, which looks like a stack of papers. Besides materials, the world also has a shader that affects the scene. To edit the world shader, simply change this drop-down menu from Object to World. The File Explorer here can be used at any time to navigate your hard drive for images and textures. To bring an image into your scene, simply left-click drag the file from the Explorer into any one of the 3 adjacent editors. Dragging an image file into the 3D viewport imports the image as a reference object. Dragging the image file into the shader editor will automatically add it as an image texture node. And dragging it into the image editor will display it for easy reference, annotation, and basic editing. One important thing about the shading workflow is the different render engines. If you go into the Render tab in the Properties editor, you'll notice there is a Render Engine drop-down menu. Under this menu, you'll find Eevee, Cycles, and Workbench. These are Blender's 3 different kinds of render engines, and they will affect how your shaders will look at render. Eevee is Blender's real-time render engine. It is extremely powerful and can render physically based shaders in real time, similar to a game engine. However, Cycles is a powerful render engine that, while slower, has slightly more accurate lighting when compared to Eevee. Luckily, Blender shares nodes between Eevee and Cycles, allowing you to work seamlessly between the two without converting any shaders. That being said, keep in mind that the lighting will still be slightly different. Workbench is Blender's preview render engine. Let's say you're working on an animation and you want to quickly render a preview animation instead of calculating all of the lighting and shaders. To do this, you can simply switch your render engine to Workbench and hit Render Animation. There is another way to do a preview render, which is to render your viewport, regardless of your render engine selected. You can simply go to View, Viewport Render. These options will render your viewport exactly as you see it. Now, some of you may notice that the viewport render output and the Workbench render output look very similar. This is because Workbench is the same engine that drives Solid View. Some of you may be wondering now why the Workbench engine is an option when we already have viewport rendering available. Well, the reason why Workbench exists as a selectable render engine is to separate the solid view options and the render output options for your preview renders. That way, you can set a specific look for your preview renders, but change whatever you want while working in the viewport. The Workbench render engine also automatically hides display overlays and renders through your active camera. Quick note, if you want to change the color of a material in Workbench, you won't be using nodes. Instead, you can go to the Materials tab of the object and change its viewport display color. The Shading Editor is a node editor specifically used for editing shader nodes. This may seem intimidating at first, but nodes are very powerful tools that allow for flexible customization. Keep in mind that many of the basic functions of how to navigate the shader editor will also apply to the compositor, Blender's other node editor. So first things first, navigating in the node editors is very similar to navigation in the viewport. Middle-click drag to pan your view, and scroll to zoom in and out. Moving your nodes is simple, as you can simply left-click drag a node over. However, you can also use the G, R, and S hotkeys to grab, rotate, and scale your nodes respectively. Now that we got that out of the way, let's explain how nodes work. There is typically a starting node, or several starting nodes, that then combine using other nodes until they all converge into a single ending point, which is the output. As you can see here, the default material already has a shader node and an output node. In this case, the shader node is a starting point and the output node is our ending point. It should be noted that it is possible to have more than one output node, but only one output can be displayed at a time. This depends on which one was last selected, which will highlight the top of the node red. So, let's pretend we want to add an image texture to our shader, but maybe we also want to add a gradient to that texture at the same time. Simply navigate to the image file you want to use in the File Browser panel. Left-click drag your texture file into the node editor. This will create an image texture node for you. You can then left-click drag the color output of this node into the base color input of our shader. You might notice that the yellow circular connection receivers are the same color as each other, telling you that they are indeed the same data type. Another way to quickly connect two nodes is to select them both, go to the Node menu, and select Make Links. This forms a connection of matching type between the two nodes, prioritizing the uppermost connection slots. For hotkey users, simply press F, as in fill, to do the same thing. Now, this looks great, but I did say I wanted to add a gradient to this texture. So let's go ahead and go into the Add menu above the shader editor and go to Textures, Gradient Texture. For hotkey users, simply press Shift-A to access the Add menu at any time. After you select a node from the Add menu, you can right-click to cancel the add or left-click to confirm its placement. Let's put it to the side underneath our other texture we want to mix it with. Now that we have our gradient texture, we can test what it looks like by simply plugging it into our shader base color node. One way to do this is to move the outgoing connection from our image texture to stem from our gradient texture node instead. If you ever want to do this, simply Control left-click drag the connection. This will allow you to pick up the outgoing connection and connect it to a different output source. Quick note, holding Control is not necessary for picking up existing incoming connections. Let's go ahead and connect this now to our gradient texture output. As we can see, it is indeed a black and white gradient texture. Cool! Now we can reconnect our image texture and figure out how to combine these two textures. Because these two outputs are color outputs, we want to manipulate these values with a color node of some sort. This is a great way to get hints on what nodes to use in certain situations. Let's go back into our Add menu and take a look under the color category. We see that there is a node called Mix RGB. Well, we do want to mix our textures in some way, so I think it sounds like something we want. Let's add it in. You might notice that before you confirm the node's placement, if you hover over an existing connection, it will highlight that connection. Placing the node over an existing highlighted connection will automatically sandwich it between the two connected nodes. Let's do this for our new Mix RGB node. Now that we have our Mix node connected, you'll see that our texture has gone a bit gray. That's because the Mix node currently is using a default gray color as the secondary input to mix our texture with. Let's simply connect our gradient texture node into the bottom half of this mix editor to replace the default gray color. As you can see, we're already getting there. The gradient texture is now mixing with our image texture. Okay, but let's say I want to quickly compare the difference between having the gradient mixed and having nothing mixed at all. To do that, Blender allows you to mute nodes. Simply select a node and right-click for the context menu. Then select Toggle Node Mute. You can then select it again to unmute the node. For hotkey users, simply press M, as in mute, to do the same thing. As you can see, muting a node allows the connection to bypass the effects of the node. The gradient is no longer being shown. Keep in mind that muting a node will choose the uppermost input to bypass as the output, ignoring all other inputs. So let's say I toggle between my options, gradient or no gradient, and I decide that I prefer it with no gradient at all. Well, for that, we might as well delete the Mix node. There are a few ways to delete a node. Most forms of deletion work here in the same way as they do in the 3D viewport. Let's select the Mix node and press X or the delete key to delete it. However, as you can see, this forces us to manually reconnect the image texture node back to our shader node. This is a bit tedious, but luckily there's a way to avoid it. Let's go ahead and hit undo until we have our Mix node back. Now we can right-click our Mix node and select Delete with Reconnect. As you can see, the Mix node has been deleted but keeps the connection intact. For hotkey users, you can simply press Ctrl X. Another trick you can use is to simply Alt-click drag the node away. This will disconnect the node without disrupting the existing connection. Wonderful! Now my shader looks exactly the way I want it. Or does it? What if I changed my mind and decided that I wanted no image texture at all? How do we completely disconnect our image texture from our shader? One way we can do that is to simply click and drag the endpoint of the connection off of our shader node, and release. This is intuitive but can be very tedious. A faster way is to cut the connections with the Links Cut tool. You can select the Links Cut tool in the Quick Tools menu on the left. Once you select it, you can use this tool by left-click dragging over the line of a connection or connections. This will break any intersecting connections immediately. For hotkey users, simply hold Ctrl and right-click drag. I hope this gives you a good introduction on how to navigate the node editors as well as how to manipulate nodes. Texturing is one of the tools you can use to fully customize your shader. But what is a texture? Well, a texture is basically an image or a pattern of some sort that is used to drive a certain aspect of your shader. So, for example, a color texture for a wall could be the image of a plaster or brick texture, and that texture will be projected onto your material and can then be used in many ways to create a more interesting and detailed material for your mesh. So most of the time, texturing is going to be done through images, photographs, or painted textures. This is the most common way to texture materials, as it allows for full customization of how your materials will look. We can already see how easy it is to have an image texture drive the color of our shader. Simply navigate to and left-click drag the file from the File Browser panel into our shader editor. Then connect it to the base color input. As you can see, the image is now projected onto our object. This uses the UV map of our object. which is the skinned version of our 3D object in 2D space. You can see some examples here, but we'll be going over UV mapping in another video. Now, keep in mind, if you want to repeat the texture over a surface, you'll find that it may look like a bunch of tiles. In these cases, you'll want to look for what are called seamless textures. Keep this in mind for things like wood floor textures, where you'll need to texture a large surface with a repeating pattern. Textures can also drive many other factors, including glossiness, shadows, subsurface scattering, transmission, transparency, brightness, bumpiness, and more. To do this, simply plug the texture into any of the input connectors of these values. For example, if we plug this image texture into the alpha input for our shader node, you'll notice that the texture is now affecting the transparency, or alpha, of our material. Except that it's not. Aha! That's because in Eevee, in order to use transparency in your materials, you'll want to go into the Materials tab and change the blend mode settings. I recommend changing it to alpha hashed, as it is the most accurate, but it does have a little bit of noise. Another good alternative is alpha blend. Once you do that, you can see the transparency is now working and is being driven by our image texture. Of course, this image is in no way made for this purpose, so for your projects, you'll want to download or create textures that fit each purpose. Here's an example with multiple types of textures, color map, specular map, and normal map, that are able to drive different factors to create a convincing material. We'll also be talking a little bit about procedural textures, also known as generated textures, in a separate video. Procedural textures are not image textures, but rather textures that have been generated via an algorithm. This allows them to have infinite resolution and variability, especially when compared to image textures, which are essentially only what you see is what you get. UV mapping and unwrapping is the process of skinning your 3D object onto a 2D surface for texturing. If you want your image textures to properly project onto your mesh, this process is very important. But what does a UV map actually look like? What does it do? Well, let's go ahead and show you. Simply select your object and go into edit mode. Select your entire mesh by pressing A. Then go to your image editor and change it to the UV editor in the top left-hand corner. This is basically the same thing as your image editor, but will display your selection's current UV map over any image you choose for reference. It's also got a few extra settings specifically for UV editing. Alternatively, you can also go to the UV editing workspace, which will bring you to the UV editor automatically. As you can see, our default cube already comes unwrapped, as do most of our primitive meshes. This is the UV map of our cube. So instead of explaining it to you, I'm going to demonstrate how UV mapping works with an image texture. All I'm going to do is navigate to a file in my file browser and drag it to my shader editor as an image texture node. You can see that our UV editor automatically displays the image from our image texture node we have selected in the shader editor. But then, why is our cube still white? Well, to actually apply this image to our shader, simply click and drag the color output into the base color input of our shader node. If your texture isn't showing up, make sure you're in Look Dev or Rendered mode in the viewport. To understand UVs, let's go into the UV editor and select some faces. You can choose a selection mode in the UV editor just like you can in edit mode in the viewport. This will allow you to edit the UVs like you would a mesh. G, S, and R hotkeys also work the same as usual. However, we also have some extra tools in the toolbar. To transform without hotkeys, simply select the Transform tool. As you drag things around in the UV editor, you'll notice our image is distorting a little bit on the cube. For example, we can see that this square here is correlated with this square on the cube if we simply move it around a bit. We can also scale everything up to repeat the texture across the mesh. It's important to note that by default, the UV editor will only show the vertices, edges, and faces you have selected in the 3D viewport. This also helps make it clear which face in the 3D viewport correlates to which face in the UV editor. For example, we can go into face select mode in the viewport and select the face. That will isolate the corresponding UV face in the UV editor. However, you can also flip this function and have the UV editor drive what face you have selected in the viewport. To do that, simply click this opposing arrows icon on the very top left of the UV editor. Keep in mind, if you don't see all the buttons here, you can expand the UV editor or scroll along the top bar. With this mode toggled, we can now go into face select mode in the UV editor and select faces in our UV map, which will then select only the corresponding face in the viewport. Which function you want to use is up to you. I typically work with the default function as it keeps my UV editor clean. Now that we understand the UV editor and have an image projected onto our cube, let's go and take a look at the different unwrapping algorithms we can use. Unwrapping refers to the process of taking a 3D mesh, unraveling its faces, and laying them out on a 2D surface. To begin unwrapping, simply go up here to the UV menu. Or press U. Even though our cube is already unwrapped, these are different unwrap algorithms that we can use. Unwrap is your standard unwrap algorithm. This simply takes into account what seams you have marked, which we'll get into in a little bit, and unwraps your mesh accordingly. Smart UV Project is one of my favorites and is great for unwrapping things quickly and roughly. Light map and follow active quads are similar but have their own algorithms. Cube, cylinder, and sphere projection are algorithms most fitted for objects similar in shape to the name of the algorithm. Project from view is a very powerful tool that essentially takes what you see in the viewport and flattens it as your UV map. This is a very basic way of unwrapping your mesh and will not hold up from different perspectives, but can be used selectively to great effect. Project from view bounds simply stretches the resulting UV across the UV editor. I'm going to demonstrate this one real quick, so let's go ahead and select Project from View. As you can see, the image projects pretty well on our cube from this perspective. However, if we rotate our perspective, you can see that the image is now stretched across the sides that are perpendicular to our view from before. That's because, as you can see in our UV editor, there are not enough pixels for those faces in the UV map. Now, you may have noticed that we can't get the original mapping of our cube back. Pressing the unwrap option doesn't seem to do anything because our cube is already unwrapped. So let's go over exactly how to use the basic unwrap function. To do this, we need to mark some seams. Seams are the edge loops where you specify for Blender to cut open your mesh when skinning it. Simply select the edge loops you wish to mark or clear before clicking each option. So let's go into edge select mode and select these three edges. I'm going to do the same thing on the other side of the cube. Then I can click Mark Seam in our Unwrap menu to mark these edges as where we want to cut open the mesh. This will make them appear slightly redder. Then I'm going to go ahead and select this edge as well and do the same thing. Now I can select all of my mesh and go to the Unwrap menu and select Unwrap. As you can see, we have something more similar to what we had before. In case you don't understand why I chose the seams that I chose, let me walk you through my thought process. The arms of the cross we see in the UV map are these faces here. They needed to completely detach except for one connected edge, so I marked seams on the three other edges of each of these faces. Then we simply needed to separate the head of the cross from the tail of the cross. That's what this seam was for. As you work with your own meshes, you'll get a feel for what seems to work best for you to get the UV map shape you want. Let's talk about procedural textures. You've probably heard the term procedural before, as well as the term generated, in the context of CG. These terms are practically synonymous. You can often use them interchangeably. However, the full term is actually procedurally generated textures. Procedurally generated is basically where you create a texture using a mathematical formula instead of pixels. Practically, these generated textures can scale infinitely without loss of resolution, and often have a ton of settings you can tweak to get the look you want. It's also much more efficient when it comes to data and file size. There are several kinds of procedural textures to choose from. Let's go ahead and take a look at them by going to our shader editor's Add menu and looking through the Textures category. Excluding the image, environment, and IES textures, every other texture you see here is a procedurally generated texture. Each of these procedurally generated textures produces a particular pattern, such as wave, gradient, or noise. Feel free to try any of these out, but for this introduction, I'm going to use Voronoi. This is a fracture-like texture that we can go ahead and connect to our base color input of our shader. As you can see, this texture looks a bit like that underwater reflective pattern you get, caustics. There's a few settings for us to play around with in the node we just made, so let's do that. We can change intensity to cells, and that gives us a cool stained glass version of the texture. We can also switch around exactly what kind of distance formula it uses, but feel free to experiment with that. Most importantly, you can change the scale of the texture infinitely, practically speaking. As you can see, no matter how much I zoom in on the texture by scaling it down, there are still no pixels or resolution problems. Now let's say you don't want the color of the texture, but you like the shapes. Luckily, the factor output is a black and white version of the color output. Let's plug that in instead to double check. As you can see, it is a nice grayscale version version of our texture. So, is there a situation why we would prefer grayscale over color? Well, grayscale, or factor, is typically great for a number of different kinds of maps, including roughness maps and transparency maps. Let's go ahead and
Ох. Ох, я же не до вебки. Уже не до вебки. Не было сообщения. Все хуже и хуже. Все. Видите, какие-то стулья. Тени, конечно, оно показывает. Еще что-нибудь более содержательное. Понимаете, 5 минут рендерилась картинка. Какая тебе вебка может быть нужна? Что много? Годот? Годот есть действительно. Не знаю, сможем ли когда-нибудь мы его включить и посмотреть, что там или нет. Ну, потому что такой рендер RTX долго рендерит, понимаете, на процессоре. Я не знаю, там на видеокарте работы, наверное, нет, потому что... Можно так разговаривать? Говорить такое можно разве? Люди, чтобы вас... твари чему-то учить, а это самое, а вы такое еще отношение к ним. Темно стало. Надо будет лампочек поставить еще.
And try to plug this into the roughness value. As you can see, the cube becomes shiny during some parts and rough during other parts. This allows the texture to drive exactly how the roughness is distributed across the mesh. It's important to note that sometimes the factor is not just a grayscale version of the color output. Instead, it could be, for example, the alpha map, or, in the case of the brick texture, it outlines the mortar of the brick.
Я думаю, никуда вы никогда не уедете, а у вас еще и русский язык. Вы русские, блядь, не знаете, а какой-то другой еще, видимо, еще меньше.
Powerful, especially when mixed together. So feel free to play around with how each one looks to better understand their algorithm.
Видимо, непонятно, куда это втыкать. Всякое, непонятно. Может, это позишн какой-нибудь? Превьюшек-то нету никаких.
Lights are an essential part of making your scene. Without them, everything would be dark. So let's quickly go over what kind of light options you might have. For starters, we already have a light in our default scene right next to our cube here. But as of right now, we can't see the light actually doing anything. That's because we're still in solid or preview mode. To see how our light is affecting our meshes and shaders, simply go to rendered mode.
Да, линии везде одинаковые. Вы понимаете, что если не было бы линий, то вот это было бы шейдерной программой. То есть нужно было какой-то GLSL какой-то здесь хуячить. Вы понимаете? Это полный бред был бы. А тут один раз сделали, и линии, то есть, появились. И то же самое здесь. То же самое здесь. Что вот из этого бы нажать? Множитель нажимали, но, видимо, мало. Тут стоит цифра 4-то или нет? Что изъебнуться-то? Там сейчас лаги только будут от этой. Нужно в параметр это добавить, чтобы можно было менять. Хотя это, наверное, не так работает. Или никак не работает.
Как?
Господи.
Кружиться с гондонами.
У вас какой-то это же тот же персонаж, что и до этого. Я узнаю вот именно по вот магнитофону, по вот этой вот стенке советской. А нахуя ты мне это скидываешь? Это что-то смешное. Сегодня заходили, по печа скидывали. Я и так одной ногой в могиле, а мне еще вот это вот, блядь, терпеть. Почему я, блядь, должен это терпеть? Это не первый, нихуя не первый раз. Я, блядь, запомнил эту стойку и ебаный магнитофон. Это такой интерьер не очень... Это самое. Ты просто ебанашка. Ах, 1000 шейдеров компилит. Ну хотя бы вот только вот эти 4. Хотя бы из-за этого стрим не лагает. Ничего не работает.
You can do that in the top right hand corner by clicking the rightmost sphere or using the Z hotkey pie menu. As you can see, we now have our cube being lit up by our light. Our current default light is a point light and will emit light in all directions with a fall off. To change our light type, simply go to the light settings in the properties editor. Aside from
Я
point
даже
lights, we
смотреть
also
не
have
буду.
sun,
Я там
spot,
даже
and
не
area
могу
lights.
предположить, насколько
Each one of
это
these does
хуёво.
something slightly different. The sun object emits global light from the specified vector direction, regardless of where the light object is located. Spotlights work pretty much how you might expect a spotlight to look, and area lights are just like point lights but biased towards a specific direction, so rotation will matter. There are also additional settings for each one you can play with, but this is the basic idea behind each light object type. Now in Cycles, you can also use emission shaders to light up a scene. If you simply give an object an emission shader, it will cast light on its environment as well. However, this does not work in Eevee. Lighting can be one of the most important.
Ой, ну почему так лагает все? Ну что ты, ну... Ой...
Lighting can be one of the most important factors of making your scene look presentable. Oftentimes, you can spend hours on a model, but none of the detail is visible at render because it's either too dark or too bright. For this, we're going to go over a very simple way to make sure your lighting setup looks good. 3-point lighting. 3-point lighting is a standard setup for lighting that has carried on through the ages as one of the best ways to light a scene. In film, photography, painting, and now digital graphics. Let's go over exactly what it is, why it's so good, and how to set it up in Blender. 3-point lighting consists of 3 lights, hence the name. These lights are called the key light, the fill light, and the rim or backlight. Let's go over each of these real quick. The key light is the main light. It's the primary or key light source. So when someone looks at a scene and says, "Oh, the light's coming from the top left-hand corner," they're most likely referring to the key light. That's the light that defines the light source in the scene. Now, the fill light is the one that sort of fills or softens the shadow that the key light casts. It's usually the least bright light in the scene, but it's very important. The fill light acts as a way to keep the shadows from being too dark on your subject. That way, you can still see those details and soften the contrast that the key light makes. The third light is called the backlight or the rim light. Now, this, as you might be able to tell from the name, is cast onto the back of the subject. Usually, it's actually the brightest light in the scene, but it's there just to give a sliver of brightness around the edge of your subject. This gives the subject an outline or a rim of light, which helps it stand out from the background. So, let's try to recreate this in Blender. Instead of our default scene, let's go ahead and replace our cube with a monkey. To do this, simply left-click select your cube and press the delete key. Then go to the Add menu at the top, go to Mesh, and select Monkey. We're also going to right-click it and select Shade Smooth. Now that we have our monkey in our scene, let's get our 3 light sources set up according to the 3-point lighting technique. We already have a light here, but if you don't, you can simply add it through the same Add menu, but go to Light, Point Light. I'm going to go ahead and treat this first light as my key light. Let's use the Move tool in the Quick Tools bar to bring our lamp to the top left-hand side of our monkey's face. Now, you may notice that our scene is not showing any actual lighting effects. That's because we're in solid mode. To see how our light actually will look.
Да, и помимо того, что нужно было шейдер писать, этот GSL, вы понимаете, вот тут и такая есть, как кроссплатформенность вещь. То есть он пишется и DirectX там какой-то еще куда-то. То есть я не знаю куда, но оно работает. А так его пришлось бы для каждой, наверное, ну, не для каждой видеокарты, а там вот для Android одно, для этого другое, то есть...
At render, let's go ahead and change our viewport to rendered mode. You can do that by
Хотя вот были бы Linux вот эти заработали, которые вчера не заработали, и может быть было бы тоже нормально именно шейдер бы тоже, и ассемблер, и шейдер бы еще бы писали, понимаете?
the top right and clicking the rightmost sphere, or pressing the Z hotkey and using the pie menu. Now that we can see the effect of our light on the monkey's face, we can adjust the light a bit more as needed. If you would like to adjust the brightness of your light, simply go to your Light Properties tab, indicated by a green light bulb icon, in the Properties editor. You can then edit the power of the light by left-click dragging, or you can left-click tap the property and type a number manually. I'm going to go ahead and leave this at the default value of 1000W. Next, we'll make our fill light. Now, as long as you have one light, it can be very easy to make more, as you can simply select the first light object and press Shift-D to duplicate. With this new light, let's place it on the other side of the key light. If the key light is a little higher than the monkey, make sure to place the fill light a little lower. However, it seems a bit too bright on both sides. If you remember from our previous descriptions, the fill light is meant to be the dimmest light in the setup. I'm going to go into our Light Property tab and slide our power value down with left-click drag, all the way down to 0. Then I'll slide it right back up just a little bit to a point where I feel like it's bright enough, but not too bright. That's perfect. Now we can finally add our back or rim light. Let's create a third light object in the same way we did before, and place it behind the monkey's head. For now, we can place it directly behind the monkey's head, but oftentimes it is a bit off-center depending on where the camera is. Feel free to experiment with this to get the best outline shape for your subject. Now, if you remember, the rim light is typically the brightest light in the setup. So let's just start off by dragging that power slider in the Light Properties tab as high as we can get it, until we see that bright white outline around our subject. Just to save you some time, I'll say that the number I decided to use was around 50,000. Definitely the brightest light, but feel free to tweak the numbers based on your scene. Awesome! Now you have your 3 lights set up, and it looks pretty decent. However, let's add a cube to act as our environment real quick. To do this, simply go into the Add menu of the viewport, go to Mesh, and select Cube. We can then scale the cube up with the Scale tool until we find ourselves inside of it. Now, you might notice something a little weird. Our cube is almost completely white. What's happening here is, our environment is now super bright because of our lighting setup. This isn't very ideal, especially if you want to have your character stand out. One reason for the environment being so bright is because we're currently using point lights for our light sources, meaning that they cast light in all directions. In film and photography, the physical lights used are typically directional lights, specifically to avoid this problem. Let's try to do the same. Starting with our brightest light, the rim light. If we select it with left click, we can go into the Light Property tab to see other light options: point, sun, spot, and area. Feel free to experiment with each light type, but I personally like the spotlight for this purpose, as you'll be able to focus the spotlight column as needed. Simply select the spot option, and you'll already notice a difference. Our environment is more clear, but our monkey's rim light is no longer there. That's because our spotlight is currently rotated the wrong way. Let's use the Rotate tool to point it back at our monkey. Now, because this is a spotlight, you can also adjust your spotlight's effective area by dragging the size value in our Light Property tab. Awesome! Now our backlight still has the same effect it had earlier, but without the issue of overlighting our environment. Optionally, you can do the same thing for your other 2 lights, but this can be situational, so feel free to experiment and adapt. And that's it! You now have a beautifully lit monkey in Blender. Rendering in Blender is the part where you finally get to pump out your animation or still image out of Blender and into a
Даже
beautiful
видео
image.
лагает, то есть.
To see how this all works,
Только вот эти видео какого-то придурковатого идиота рекомендует по этому поводу.
Is a little bit too increasing your range of light. Such a huge feature. Ways don't. My point being is that the fog to this, I'm going to pay for alpha transparency.
Типа гуру себя, блядь, назвал нахуй. Ну как, блядь, на самом деле, если нет возможности отличить, то что и сказать по этому поводу. Вообще посмотрели вот сегодня на все вот это типа, в чем смысл? В чем смысл? В том, что у меня нету моделей. Я не знаю, где брать модели, вообще ничего. И даже не только модели, а и текстуры нужно на что-то накручивать, и анимации нам тоже как-то делать. И все это совсем отдельная тема, которая... Да это даже не одна отдельная тема, это типа 10 отдельных тем. То есть, понимаете, в чем проблема? Вот отсюда вот это вот... И рабы системы, они ходят на работу. Они на работу ходят, чтобы кому-то платили за то, что он ну, вот этому вот, как это называется, к модели прикручивал анимации, да, то есть... И все, и больше ничем другим не занимался, например, там. Ну, или там, если там еще какой-то там макап какой-нибудь, не знаю, там как-то людишек заставляют плясать и прочее. Другой сидит, просто модель одну делает, да, то есть там одну модель, там, 1000 часов, я не знаю, то есть... Просто вот именно ее, как это объяснить... Ну, туда, может, входит ее раскраска тоже, да, но, в общем-то, может, и не входит, то есть, как бы... Третий человек сидит там, я не знаю, какие-то деревья рисует. То есть, блядь, с таким подходом можно сказать, что вообще ничего нельзя сделать, потому что слишком много каких-то уже... Я уже как бы... Четвертый человек сидит, взрывы какие-то рисует, то есть там FX и прочее, то есть как бы я не знаю. Проблема вот в чем, то что я, сука, блять, один, и я не могу все сделать, то есть и даже и половина не могу, и 20%, то есть это нужно очень как-то так подойти, чтобы как-то, я не знаю, то есть я даже не знаю, что еще сказать по этому поводу. У меня с Ютуба сообщения не слышно, да? Да их и не было, да слышно. Туда бы кто-то что-то писал. Люди пишут, я не отвечаю, и все. Ну, типа, я не знаю, то есть. Ты шагал, блядь. Это хуйня еще. Пишут и пишут. Я ничего не могу по этому поводу сказать. Это как это самое, то есть накручивается вот эта вся... Смотрите на Твиче. Накручивается вся вот эта хрень, и получается очень много всего. Ну а как иначе? Иначе никак, то есть тут... Я вообще хотел... Там у нас появилась кнопка... Множитель. Наверное, wireframe вот этот надо было включить. Типа множитель. Наверное, она не заработает. То есть... Там он стояла 4, если я 8 поставлю. Она ничего не делает. Может, и делить надо было, я даже не знаю. А если вот так, то вершин-то больше не появляется. То есть мне нужно, чтобы появилась больше... Ну, она была более детализирована. Она как-то тупо одинаково детализирована. То есть там какие-то кнопки нажал. Но этого мало. Поэтому если была бы более детализирована, может, модель она бы работала, я даже не знаю. Или она добавляет как-то одинаково, то есть... А это самое главное. Если на 0 поставить, вот она будет модель без теселяции. То есть, как бы... То есть она довольно сильно делает. Но неизвестно, она делает... Ну, к тому же здесь еще и неровно эти полигоны идут. То есть... Они как бы совсем очень неправильно идут. Еще и растягивается. Может, и из-за этого такие артефакты ужасные. Ну... Но если прям совсем близко в нее не втыкать, то... Хотя бы есть программа бесплатная, которая текстуры на модель накручивает, которая вот это миксер. Там еще другая есть, называется Substance что-то. Как она называется? Там вот для каждой вот этой 3D этой самой есть какая-то программа, которая этим занимается отдельно. Вот. Есть для анимации, для текстур. Да, это Adobe Substance. Есть для симуляции шуб всяких. И за все нужно платить. То есть, как бы у меня денег нет ни на что на это. Да, но ее можно, видимо, на вот этот миксер заменить. Проблема в том, что много вещей, которые непонятно на что заменить. В блендере есть плагин анимации какой-то. Может там использовать, то есть, как бы, я не знаю. Симуляции тоже какие-то есть. Такими темпами мы ничего не сделаем. Типа, если прыгать, то манекены эти втыкают, если очень высоко прыгнуть, и все. И не знают, что дальше делать. Тогда лампочку добавить, то есть, как бы, и да, и вот еще в чем проблема. Вот есть парагоновские вот эти персонажи. Нахрена эти парагоновские персонажи, если их никак нельзя редактировать, то есть, в чем смысл? А как их редактировать, если можно редактировать, то как это сделать? Экспортировать что, куда? Какие кнопки нажимать? Да хотя бы нужно понять, как они сделаны. Вот. О чем речь шла? О лампочках. Речь шла о лампочках. Надо сейчас что-то из этого нажать. Видимо, добавить. Непонятно, куда она светит. Непонятно, как здесь поменять. Ой, не что-то, ой. Какие кнопки, куда? Давайте обычную лампочку тогда. Видимо, так не заработает. Она вообще на нее не реагирует, на эту лампочку. Будто ее и нету даже.
Rendering in Blender is the part where you finally... Lighting can be one of the most important factors of making your scene look presentable. Oftentimes, to do this, simply left-click select your cube and press the delete key. Then go to the... We already have a light inside of our monkey's face. Now, you may notice that our scene is not showing any actual lighting effects. That's because we're in solid mode. To see how our light actually will look at render, let's go ahead and change our viewport to rendered mode. On the monkey's face, we can adjust the light a bit more as needed. If you can do that by going to the top right and clicking the right 1000W. Next, to adjust the brightness of your light, simply go to your light properties tab, indicated by a green light bulb icon.
Лампочка какая-то. Ну, лампочка лампочкой, а... Никаких этих тут нету. Я не вижу никаких настроек, то есть... Все сломалось. Ну никуда, блядь, то есть нихуя же нету, блядь, этих опций-то никаких.
Shade smooth. Now that we have our monkey in our scene, let's get our 3 light sources set up according to the 3-point lighting technique. We already have a light here, but if you don't, you can simply add it through the same add menu, but go to Light, Point Light. I'm going to go ahead and treat this first light as my key light. Let's use the Move tool in the Quick Tools bar to bring our lamp to the top left-hand side of our monkey's face. Now, you may notice that our scene is not showing any actual lighting effects. That's because we're in solid mode. To see how our light actually will look at render, let's go ahead and change our viewport to rendered mode. You can do that by going to the top right and clicking the rightmost sphere, or pressing the Z hotkey and using the pie menu. Now that we can see the effect of our light on the monkey's face, we can adjust the light a bit more as needed. If you would like to adjust the brightness of your light, simply go to your light properties tab, indicated by a green light bulb icon, in the properties editor. You can then edit the power of the light by left-click dragging, or you can left-click tap the property and type a number manually.
Ну и что, блядь? Сука, все, я нихуя не понимаю. Просто этой кнопки нету и все. Ну, появилась, ты подумай. Почему до этого не появлялась? Нет, не заработает. Так уже лучше. Куда показывает? Чего? Он ли артефакты какие-то? Урезается, что ли, я понять не могу. Я же не должно. И урезается, видимо. Ну и как его повернуть, куда мне надо? Сука. Непонятно, куда светит. Ему не скоро придется разобраться. Мне нужно, как там сказали, чтобы сзади этой хрени появилась. Как я это сделаю? Так, видимо, только. Так вот. Подвинуть как-то надо. Чуть менее ярко, что ли, как-то, не знаю. На 5. Даже еще менее ярко. Вот так вот. Типа это, конечно, не вариант так делать, но тем не менее. Типа, а вот эта хрень просвечивает хорошо. Ну, просвечивает и просвечивает. То есть, как бы, что с нее взять? Тут надо... Надо, чтобы вот это вот повыше, что ли, было. А вообще, пускай вот так она за кадром как-то находится, то есть хуже не станет. Радиус, вот это, сабсеп, это самое. Я не знаю, как здесь двигать вот эту вот хрень. Так, чтобы я мог видеть все. Просто пусто, не видно ничего. Там все кнопки повключать, то, наверное, оно не заработает. Конечно, все дефолтные настройки, но, видимо, имеет смысл их и не трогать. И очень лагать будет. Тут помехи какие-то, и непонятно, где второй свет нормальный, который я делал. Куда он пропал вообще? Ули его не видно, блядь. ничего не работает и
this HDR, this chrome ball, G. So this is a scene that pretty closely resembles what we have in Unreal, using the Unreal Engine's HDR image and the materials and meshes from Unreal.